Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and to some of you, good night. Anywhere you are in the world right now, we are grateful you are here. Women in Tech Global is a movement built on one belief that no matter where you come from, what language you speak, and what flag you carry, technology, education, and human connection have the power to unite us all. So today, more than ever, that belief matters. So now, with that in our hearts, let's start. So the last time Women in Tech Global, we hosted a 24-hour world tour. Live event was in 2020, and the world was just in lockdown. All the borders were closed, and yet women in tech showed up. From their kitchens, from their home offices, their living rooms, everywhere showed up to show the world that nothing could stop this movement. And 6 years later, we have grown from a handful of chapters to over 65 countries around the world, from thousands of members to over 500,000 members in community worldwide. And today we are back, stronger, louder, and more global than ever. March is a very special month, and today we're the 1st of March, because March is Women's History Month, and there is no better way to open up than by doing what we do best, connecting women across the globe, celebrating the stories, amplifying their voices, and reminding the world that the future of technology is female and is intersectional. Yes, we named this event Who Run the World, because we know who, right? Everyone knows who runs the world. And in the next 24 hours, 30 chapters from across all the 6 continents are going to prove it, live and in real time. Our mission has not changed since the beginning. Our vision is the same, to empower 5 million women and girls in STEAM by the year 2030. We work on the 4 pillars: education, business, digital inclusion, and advocacy. And every single chapter you're going to hear from today is a living proof of that mission is in action. So from Tashkent to Tokyo, from Accra to Sydney, from Bogota to Brussels, today you will hear from all the women who are changing the world through technology, in their own language, in their own culture, and in their own terms. I started Women in Tech some 7-8 years ago now, because I believe deeply that diversity in technology is not just a nice to have, it is a must to have. It's a necessity for innovation, for justice, and for the future we all deserve. So welcome to Who Run the World 24-hour live tour. Let's go. And first of all, our first stop is going to be to a country that I visited back in 2019, a country in Europe. And it's my very great pleasure to introduce to you Macedonia. And the president of Macedonia gave us the honor of doing a welcoming speech.
From across the globe. On this remarkable day, and even more remarkable night, the dialogue does not pause. Across 24 hours, from one time zone to another, from continent to continent, feminine energy, voice, and vision travel forward. As dawn rises somewhere and dusk settles elsewhere, as some begin their morning and others conclude their evening, intention remains awake. This gathering reminds us that technology has woven a new human network in which women are no longer at the margins, but at the very core of contemporary transformation. Throughout these 24 hours, the world is linked by an invisible thread of knowledge, experience, and solidarity. From Sydney to Skopje, from Berlin to Singapore, from New York to Tokyo, women speak, listen, exchange, and compose a shared global narrative. We live in an era when innovation connects the planet more swiftly than ever before. Geography once dictated opportunity. Today expertise, courage, and foresight transcend borders. In this emerging landscape shaped by technology, talent has no center or periphery. Only ideas awaiting recognition, support, and realization. For many years, countless women worked quietly, often in environments lacking parity, in institutions where they had to prove themselves twice over to earn acknowledgement. Through persistence and clarity of purpose, they have reshaped that reality. Women are no longer exceptions in technology. They are researchers, founders, executives, developers, engineers, designers, and architects of tomorrow. They are building the infrastructure of the future, from artificial intelligence to digital platforms that connect societies and economies. This global momentum affirms an undeniable truth. Achievements in the modern world is not a solitary race. Every advance rests upon shared insight, collective experience, and mutual encouragement. When one woman progresses, she opens space for another. When one innovates, she expands the horizon for many more. Virginia Woolf once wrote that a woman needs her own room. Today, women are creating boundless digital realms, algorithms, discoveries, and breakthroughs that shape societies. They are no longer visitors in the technological sphere. They are its authors. To the girls taking their first steps into this field, I offer this message. The future is not pre-written code. It is crafted each day through curiosity, imagination, and the boldness to envision what does not yet exist. Let no one persuade you that your concepts are too ambitious or your aspirations too daring. For every transformative breakthrough began as someone's courageous thought. Distinguished guests, when these 24 hours conclude, only the schedule of this event will end. The resonance will endure. For women, values have always formed the foundation of progress. Regardless of race, ethnicity, or faith, they stand firmly for justice, rights, and human dignity. Intellect is measured not solely by an intelligence quotient, but also by emotional awareness, ethics, and moral judgment. Let us trust our human potential as deeply as we trust the systems we design. Let us not overestimate artificial intelligence, for it becomes truly constructive only when guided by human insight and empathy. Solidarity and mutual support are essential to unite knowledge with a vision of a different world, a world guided by peace, tolerance, equity, and inclusion rather than by domination or superiority. Only then will technology serve as an instrument of human advancement rather than an end in itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for giving us the honor of doing the welcome speech for Women in Tech who run the world 24 hours. And this was only possible because of our wonderful team. And I would like to introduce each and one of my global HQ team, who is the engine behind everything that we do. And you're going to be staying in North Macedonia for the moment, in Macedonia, and would like to bring in and introduce you Monica Rizovska, who is here with us. Monica, tell us how, first of all, present yourself to all of our community, all the work, excellent work you're doing as our community director, global community director, and also as chapter director for Macedonia. I know you met the president in person. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
First of all, thank you, Ayumi, for the chance, for the opportunity, for this remarkable 24/7 tour, which I'm excited that I'm in. We are grateful that we received the welcoming from our president as we received the Impact Award on a national level. She's very amazing person, and I really hope many people can see her also in person. And I think she's a great example of leadership and how we could strive and also lead a country, not just a chapter. So I truly honor and appreciate her note, and I'm again grateful for her excellency. And we hope to have even more collaborations in future with our president. She even gave us opportunity to host Women in Tech Awards at the President Villa. So we are really excited to go to that next step.
Wow. And so tell us a little bit more, because you said you received, so Women in Tech Macedonia received the Impact Award, a national award?
Yes, we received the national award, and she was very, I would say, congratulating us in order to and welcoming us in order to support us for future activities and to be our patronage for the countries, and also example for the other women and girls who are striving in their careers, just to have hope and to be ambitious, as she mentioned in the video, and to strive for what's best for them.
Oh, well done, Monica. I'm so proud of you, because I remember the first time we met in person, it was back in 2019. North Macedonia, you were the 4th chapter that we opened worldwide. So with 65 chapters and expanding, you were right there from the beginning. We met each other. It was even before COVID, which seems like such a long time ago, a lifetime away. And I came
Mm.
to Skopje, and we also say hi to Kate. How's Kate? She's still in the US. She's a wonderful. She's got a wonderful company, also empowering lots of women and hiring and getting placed women engineers across the world. And back then, you weren't even married then, huh, Monica? Now fast
Yes,
track to
8
today, 2
years
years
ago.
down the
Yes,
line.
yes. Yeah.
That's incredible. So, Monica, we work with a fabulous team, and I am so honored. I think I for my Christmas present, I asked for like a little fairy that would come and help us, with women in tech. And all my prayers they were heard. So I must have done something good in my life, because we got our wonderful new COO, so the Global Chief Operating Officer, and it's my extreme honor and pleasure and joy to show you and to present to the world Alejandra Leiva. Alejandra, come and join us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited, and thank you so much, Yumi. I'm very humble for your words. Thank you.
No, but it's so true. Alejandra, tell us more about yourself. We all want to know, because we don't know you, because you're new, right? For in Women
Yes,
in Tech.
yeah.
So everyone
I'm
wants to know who you are and where you're based and what you do.
well. I'm originally from Mexico, Canadian at heart, living in London, in the UK. I think that is the first of people know where I am geographically, because they always ask me where I am in time zones, and I'm so terrible with time zones. So I'm so happy I'm in the GTM, because I'm right in the middle, and everybody can go from there. My career is very much an entrepreneur. I always been into business, and I ran my own business for 15 years across three different countries, mostly Mexico and Canada, of course, because they're close to my heart, and also the United States. I got to work with people from all over the world, and I'm so happy that now I get to be part of Women in Tech. Coming from a business world to an NGO, I never operated an NGO, and to me, it's been the next bar. It's just been what I needed in terms of fulfillment, and it's such a beautiful challenge to get to turn vision into momentum, and waking up every day knowing that what I do helps create such an impact and real strong bridges across and expand the mission. Is just, that is me. It is what I love to do. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll move it. I'll go to the mountain and I'll figure it out. And I think I'm in the perfect place for that. So very
Yes,
thankful to
yes.
be here.
And what is wonderful is that I believe everything in life, it's about human connection. Everything. Doesn't matter what you do, whether you're selling bread, whether you're making, leading governments, or whether you are, you're building movements or companies. And someone led me to you, Alejandra.
Very
And that
special.
person, I would like to acknowledge him very, very much, is Ivo Rasa. I don't know if he's watching, but he's always in our hearts, in our minds. He's a fellow student of mine. He's in my brain trust at school, because I'm a doctoral student. And we all also went to the same school, right, Alejandra? And that's also how you met him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ivo has been, I think he's the best example of what an ally can be, always cheering on for women, but not only women. I think Ivo is a people person at its core, and has such a unique talent to identify good connections.
Yeah.
Hence why we are here. So definitely shout out to Ivo, which we will see him in Cape Town at the summit. So I'm really excited to collaborate with him again and be able to do something again together. So if you're watching, Ivo, I'll see you in Cape Town.
Yes, and just to say also, Ivo, he won the Women in Tech Global 2025 award for the best ally, because not only does he connect you and people all around him, but he also did an incredible work in Central Asia. He trained all our leaders in Central Asia, and to train the trainers back there. Also donated schoolwear, things for girls in Tajikistan, if I'm not mistaken, and also trained all the ladies from Central Asia. Great. So Alejandra, who do you have to present to us now?
Yes. Well, we have our wonderful Wafika. Let me bring her in. I can say working on this, I realized how funny Wafika is, and I really appreciate humor. So I love that she's able to navigate with kindness and passion, but also be able to laugh about it, especially when things get chaotic. I think that is such a beautiful woman trait. that is Wafika, and she's our digital director. So I'll bring her in the stage, and I'll let you have a conversation.
Wafika, darling, how are you?
I'm good. Hello, everybody. Hello, Ayumi.
So where are you calling from today, Wafika? Because you're also all over the place.
Yes. So, originally Indian, born and brought up in Saudi Arabia, worked in Malaysia, and now unofficially German. So, today I'm right now in my home, Germany.
So you're almost like a 24 run the world tour, but just you.
Yes. Not just virtually with my passports. Yes.
Oh, Wafika. So tell us about, you take care of everything that's digital. So you are a tech woman, right? You are the tech woman at Women in Tech Global. Tell us a
Yes.
little bit what you do, and if someone wants to reach out to you, how can you help?
Yeah. Firstly, thank you, Ayumi, for this amazing opportunity and for this, for like spearheading this amazing initiative. So, I am Wafika, and I'm the one who makes sure everything you see online actually works. So, if you're watching this right now, we're already off to a great start. So, fingers crossed. As a digital director, I look after all our platforms, from the mentoring hub to the talent hub. And today, I have a very important mission to make sure this live stream reaches every corner of the globe. Over the next 24 hours, I'll be showing you how to join us, how to engage with us, and how to stay connected with women in tech long after today, because once you're in, you're in. And this is from personal experience.
Yes, and I love talking about how life once again brought us together. And it's a little bit like Alejandra, but not the same. But it's thanks to a man. It's thanks to a man that we met, Wafika, and thanks to LinkedIn as well, because it was. So when was it? 2020, 2021.
2021.
In 2021, I remember it was for Women's Day. I did for a company. I was doing a webinar, for them, talking about women in tech, about what we do, why it's important to have more women, etc. And a few hours later, after this webinar had closed, I received a message on LinkedIn. And generally, I get many messages on LinkedIn. I can't read them all, but this one struck me because it was just after the webinar, and it wasn't from a woman; it was from a man. And he said, I was so touched by what you said, made me think about my wife. And she just had the twins. She's a bit overwhelmed with the children. And I wanted to go back to work, but she's maybe, she feels like she needs a little bit of inspiration. What should I do? And I said, well, you come, let me have a talk to her. And that's how we met Wafika. Not only that, but I said, well, Wafika, you have to meet the best woman who's going to be able to, continue the mentoring, to, give you some advice on your career. And this is where Melissa came in. Where's Mel? Mel, jump in.
Hello, everyone. Lovely to be here. And it's exciting to be at another 24-hour world tour because I am based in Cape Town. I have lived also in the UK and in America. So really love the whole global sisterhood that Women in Tech offer. But I met Wafika purely because I was back then part of the Talent Hub director for Women in Tech. I mean, I've been with Women in Tech for almost 6.5 years, so it's been a while. Still here. And I met Wafika and I just thought, you know what, she's got such a great sense of humor, passion, and so intelligent, engineer by trade, like really very much a woman in tech. So I said to Ayumi, we need to do something. We need to bring her on board. And Ayumi also loved Wafika, I think, from day one. And that's how the team was formed. And we just thought, let's make it happen.
Yeah, I think you forget. We said no. You come to our Women in Tech Global Summit.
Yes.
Yes,
She came. I think 2 months later, she came, and it was also your first trip without the kids, right, Rafika?
First trip without the kids, first trip to Paris,
Yes.
first trip, I think, during like after COVID.
Mm.
So it was just like a half an hour call with Mel and half an hour call with Ayumi that really put things into action. And like I always say that I came, I just stayed, and I'm like this clingy little uh, teammate who doesn't leave. And I think that's what it is about. It's like, that's how miracles happen. That's how, because it doesn't really happen naturally, but you need to make that little step. However hesitant you are, however unsure you are, sometimes when you're pushed into the deep end, you have no choice but to swim, and that's exactly what happened.
That's such nice.
amazing.
I love seeing you girls all together here. So, Melissa, we've got. I'm going to leave you and Wafika to talk together. And Melissa, you're going to maybe tell you more about the work you do, because you've got so many hats as well, huh, Mel? So you are a global partnership director. You are a director for Africa, and you are helping on the ground, make sure that our next big event is going to be happening. But I'm going to leave this room for a while, and so you can tell us everything about what you do, and then how Africa is going to be leading very soon the whole of the women in tech everywhere in the world. Okay, lovely to chat to you girls. See you just now.
Yes, so thank you so much, Ayumi, for that introduction. As you mentioned, I'm the Global Partnerships Director and also the Africa Regional Director for Women in Tech Global. So my job is to build relationships, alliances, and to really fuel our mission across borders with corporate sponsors, corporate partnerships, governments, collaborations, NGOs, and so many partnerships needed to help us reach our mission of empowering 5 million women and girls in STEM by 2030. So we are really putting that into action, but we can't do it alone. That's where partnerships come in. And across Africa, I'm really passionate about what Africa has to offer as a continent. One of the reasons I initially joined Women in Tech was because I noticed that all this amazing work was being done, mainly like Northern Hemisphere and the Americas, Europe. And I was like, I need to get Africa on the map. So, or at least South Africa, which I was based in Cape Town. And it kind of grew from there. But I do have an exciting announcement, and that is also, if you haven't yet been made aware, now is the opportunity, because every year Women in Tech Global has a global summit. And this year, I'm very proud to announce that it will be hosted in my town, in Cape Town, in South Africa, on April the 28th to the 30th, so 3 days of summit. The theme is Africa meets the world, because Africa is not just a destination. We are a powerhouse, and the continent is home to some of the fastest growing tech ecosystems on the planet. And Cape Town is really at the beating heart of all of that. So this will be our 5th Women in Tech Global Summit. Like I mentioned, 3 days with keynotes, fireside chats, panel discussions, workshops, Oxford-style debates, all around topics of advancing women in areas of AI, blockchain, cybersecurity, sustainable energy, tech diplomacy, and so many more things. And I believe there's a promo code, Wafika, for today, 24 hours only. I don't know if you want to do the announcements on the promo code for us, if you wish.
So we have the promo code today only for 24 hours, World with 10. I will also put it on the chat. So sign up here, get your discounts, and it is available for both delegates and VIP tickets. And trust me, there's not enough time that I can say this. This is an opportunity you don't want to miss. It can change your life.
So put the dates in your calendar, 28th, 29th, and 30th of April. If you are able to come a day earlier on the 27th, we are also hosting a youth summit and some pre-summit event drinks for some of our VIPs if you're interested. But it's going to be a real historic moment for us, but also you will have FOMO if you don't come. So definitely get those tickets, get your company to sponsor your tickets, bring a delegation. And it really is, like Wafika said, this event a few years ago changed her life. So maybe it will change yours. And I think up next, Ayumi is going to start our next part.
Hello, ladies. I'm back. Yes, I'm back because there's one person that also I would have loved for her to be here with us. Well, she's always with us in our hearts and our minds. It's our dear Tamuna, my chief of staff.
Oh.
She's on a holiday trip this weekend, so we're gonna let her have fun. I think it's her best friend's birthday. So Tamuna, we love you. We think of you, and we miss you. Have fun. And let's get the whole team on the ground. Come on, let's have a conversation. So let's get in. Yes, Monica, Alejandra. It feels like we're doing our morning meeting, girls, but the only difference is that it's live. But Alejandra,
Yes.
you're the youngest one from the team, in the sense that you joined a couple of months ago, but all the work you've done, it seems like you've been there forever. I can't imagine what it was, Women in Tech, without you. Why did you know? So now the thing is, once you come in, you can't get out afterwards. It's like you're stuck for life.
Yeah, I do think I tend to jump into things with a very passionate way. I like what Fika said. Once you're in, originally I thought, okay, well, I'll do as much as I can, and I'll help for a year or two. But now I'm like, I have to see this through. I have to see what happens in 2030. I can't not be there for that. So here I am doing the operation.
And so, talking about 2030, we have this mission that is to empower 5 million girls and women by 2030. And we have already started, of course, but it's not about just the numbers, right? But the numbers do matter, because, it shows that drive that really does change. And I think so. Our chief of staff, our dear Tamuna, she's the one who does all the reporting and all the activities. This is why country directors, if you hear me here, please do your reporting on time. We have already impacted over 700,000 women around the world, which is huge. Some of them are here with us online, but so many more others around the world. And maybe Monica, tell us, I always tell the story, but I think it's one of my favorite ones, because it comes right from the beginning of Women in Tech, about Dina. Tell us a story about Dina to everybody, please.
Dina is one of our favorite girls, I would say, and her story is remarkable. She even has a Woman in Tech tattoo on her hand. She literally started when the Portugal's chapter had the boot camp. She went on the boot camp. She did a major career change, from owning a hostel to becoming a programmer with a small baby. And she's also a DJ and riding a motorbike. She's like the prototype of a girl that I can do everything, and you just need passion and focus, and things can happen. And Woman in Tech did amazing, I would say, enlightenment to her career, and now she's actually a CEO of a tech company. So it's a perfect example of how even when it's hard and you have crises, and with learning and education, with support from the community, you can get much further on in your career. She's amazing. She's really amazing.
I didn't know she was a DJ. I've known her, but I did not know she was a DJ. You know what? She has to come to South Africa, and she can do a little house DJ. We didn't know what we were going to do for our after party on the last day, so now we're gonna get dinner.
Yeah, yes. She's really good. Yeah, I strongly suggest her.
But I remember, so she was the one. She was in our first boot camp back in 2018. So that was the very, very first program we did with Women in Tech, where we taught 50 women how to code from around the world. There were 50 women from 30 different countries, and it was online. And the youngest was 14, and the oldest was like 56. So there's no age to start, learning how to code or learning something new. And I didn't know. So I knew she was from North Macedonia, but I didn't really realize until we came to the opening of the chapter in Macedonia. And that's when she raised her hand in the middle of the crowd. She says, I was one of those girls that learned how to code and change their lives. And then she was just starting her very first job as a front-end developer 1 week later.
True.
2019. It marked me very much. That was
Yeah,
nice.
it gives me goosebumps, but it's a really interesting story because we also had video from her and she was shaking, like she wasn't even. It's really interesting. Yeah.
Yay.
Was
Okay. So, Alejandra, what are you gonna be teaching us, and when we're gonna be in South Africa then?
Oh my goodness. Well, this is more directed to the chapters, but I think one of the most important things that I have learned coming into Women in Tech for the operations was looking. I recently watched the Olympics. I don't know if you follow it, but the I love the opening of the Olympics, and I love the concept of bringing the flame all the way from Greece and then carrying it all across. So all these athletes get to carry the flame until you get to light it up. And to me, Ayumi, you are that flame. You are that spark, and
mm,
every chapter gets to carry this flame. And as the operations, as the COO, I see it as I get to make sure the flame stays on, as long as possible. And not only that, but that we get to ignite others across the globe. And one of the biggest things I have realized is the incredible amount of people and chapters that have decided to show up, have decided to do the hard thing, not to wait for change, but to create it themselves and to carry that vision and find different ways to amplify our mission all across the world. So to me, Cape Town and having the opportunity to meet them, yes, we will learn something. I will be there. There will be, you have met me in these 2 months. There will be a framework. There will be guidelines to what we are doing. There will be a structure to the workshop. But the most important thing is talking about accountability, how we build these bridges, how do we embrace all our differences that makes us so unique, but at the same time, we are part of a global momentum. So that is one of the biggest things that we're going to be talking about in Cape Town. And I'm incredibly excited. And to me, it's an honor and a privilege to get to orchestrate this whole thing. I always tell Yumi, I feel like it's an orchestra because every chapter has its own language, its own culture, differences, but at the same time, when we all play, we play really well together, and that is the powerful thing. That is what makes Women in Tech global. And I'm really excited to meet everyone there. So please make sure you're there because this workshop is the peak of my year, even though it's just in April. And that is to me what operations in Women in Tech is just an incredible orchestra of beautiful people who just decided to show up, decided that change could be them.
Oh, we're so looking forward, Hada. But Wafika, so 24 hours, so we've already started. So we're 39 minutes down the line. We've got still 23 and a half hours to go. I hope we filled up your coffee because as a digital director, you have to make sure everything runs smoothly until tomorrow morning, right? No pressure whatsoever, Wafika. But we know
No pressure at all.
with you
Just
behind
the
us,
entire world watching, but no pressure.
no pressure. No pressure whatsoever. But we're going to be having, so give us a little bit of a sneak peek on the program. What are we going to be, where are we going to be traveling afterwards, after this opening? We're going to be going to Central Asia, I think, right?
Yes. So we started our morning with Europe, our opening with what is that? A guest entry from South Africa, and now we're going to Central Asia. We're going to Uzbekistan. I think Uzbekistan is such a beautiful country, but I think more beautiful are the people there. About the passion that they have, and I think they're one of the most what do I say? When you imagine powerful women, you have a different image, but these are the softest, most prettiest, powerful women that
Yes.
they're all like delicate and so, but then they do these things in that quiet, soft manner that makes you feel like change can really be quiet and passionate and powerful at the same time. So that is something that like Alejandra, I think, said it extremely well. It's an orchestra of different musics. So that's, that's where we start. We start from the soft music, and then we go to France. And we know French are not very soft. They're loud and proud. So that's how this morning, we're going to have a world tour from Europe to Central Asia to Europe back. And then we go to Kazakhstan. So that's how we start, and we'll see how it goes.
Great. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. I think Central Asia and Uzbekistan is one of our favorite countries in the world. I've been there. I think I went there the first time 2 years ago, and ever since I've been maybe 8 times. I don't know. I go at least 4 times a year.
Yes, I think you should just give you a house there.
I will. Have you been there, Wafika? You have to go.
I have to. I haven't.
But you know what? This year, remember, Mel, we were in between 2 countries.
Yes.
Because we do like internal competition, I would say, like people have to be, it's like the Olympics, Alejandra, even inside Women in Tech. So who wants to host the next Women in Tech Global Summit? So like the Olympics, well, we have to do bids, you have to say, okay, what are we going to be visiting? What is, what's the infrastructure? What are we going to be doing? And then the best proposal we go for. And it was very, very tight because Uzbekistan had a wonderful proposal, and so Cape Town, but we had to make choices. And then maybe for this year, Cape Town was a little bit more ready time-wise. So that means that hopefully maybe next year or the year after, we'll be going to Uzbekistan. But South Africa is one of my favorite countries in the world as well, because I am a little bit South African. Well, I do have also South African citizenship. I grew up there in Johannesburg from 12 until I was 20 when I left. And so, but I think the country where you grow up and where you go high school and I did university, my first love, all my first very, very strong friends, they all come from there. And so coming back to South Africa, it's great. And Melissa, I'm so proud of what you've built in Philippi Village also. So can you tell us a little bit more about your passion program? Because I know that's your passion program.
Yeah, so we obviously have different problems to solve in Africa or South Africa compared to some first world countries, I would say. So for us, digital inclusion is still a huge problem to solve. And the way that we do it is by building hubs. And Philippi Village has been our first and longest standing hub where children from poorer areas, communities, we call them townships in South Africa, can have free access to computers, to upskilling, even certifications through our partners, Microsoft, AWS, and the center there is sponsored by APSA, another partner that we work with locally. And that also reminds me of an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So for me, that really speaks to partnerships, really speaks to how, for us, it's the long run. It's not a one program and then we're done. It really is the long run. And I'm so proud that South Africa, we've impacted over 37,000 women and girls in our time of being operating here. And impact isn't just an event or just I've attended a webinar. It's measurable, tangible impact. It's access to digital inclusion, access to certifications, educations, mentorship, access to real measurable impactful stories. And we also won 2 years in a row the internal award for Women in Tech for digital inclusion and impact. So we are very proud of our achievements here.
Well, we're all proud of your achievements, Mel. But I just also want to say a little thing is that we always say, yes, we're impacting women and girls, which is our primary mission. But that does not exclude, we also impact boys and men along the way, right? So, for example, Our learning center in Philippi Village is open to absolutely everyone. The entire community are welcome. We don't say, okay, your boys are not welcome. No, come in, people from all ages, people from all genders. We are inclusive. We want to help, we want to support, and we want it to be inclusive, right? And so this is how I love when every time we visit the Philippi Village, we see people from all the townships. They come. It's a safe place for them where they have access to computers, they have access to Wi-Fi, and it's a safe place for them to be where nothing can happen to them while they're inside that the structure.
Yeah.
Often they also have food, right? When we come and have lunches and they learn new things. You also always bring wonderful guests where they can learn. And so it's, yeah, I'm very proud of what you've done there, you and the girls.
Yeah,
well done.
and I must say we have so many success stories, especially now in the world of AI. Myself, I'm an AI enthusiast, so I've just been training. I went back to university.
No,
Actually,
you're an enthusiast altogether, Mel. You're not just AI enthusiast. You're an enthusiast. You're enthusiastic about everything. About life. You're a life enthusiast.
But we created these AI workshops, which gives the students their practical tips on how to start businesses with almost zero, but just access again to computers, giving them access to our partners Canva to do work and get free codes where they can start businesses, access to our Microsoft programs where they can get free AI certification. And this is available for everyone. So there's so many free things available through our network, through our partners. And if you just go onto the hub, which Wafika runs, you must join the hub basically, because there's so many free things and highly discounted things. So I even did my postgrad through the EBU University of Luxembourg, where I studied artificial intelligence and also blockchain. And this was, it doesn't stop anyone from just going and doing these programs, because even if you're working full time, there's always time for self-education. So I'm just proud of being part of this network that really measurable impact is possible. So I'm definitely enthusiastic about that.
Okay, go. So for those who are watching, what are the action? What can each person watching? What can they do? What are the action measures? Alejandra, you're the action girl. So what can they do? Literally.
Yes. Well, number one, decide that this is what you want to do, because a lot of times they ask us about that, like change, like, oh, I want to do this, but I don't know, or how do I start? Just do it. Just do something. And once you start moving, this momentum happens. But number one, connect to our hub. Because once you're in the hub, you'll be able to connect with the rest of the community. And in terms of what
as the hub with -h.com, the with. Okay.
Yes, it's right there. Yeah, just
right there.
Yes, okay. Just that is the first step that you can do for that. And I would say just decide that you had enough and that you want to do something about it. Don't wait until somebody tells you that, hey, this is what you can do to change. Decide that change, it's on you, and own it. Make it happen.
So once you're in the hub, this is Wafika, this is your home. Once we come and see you in your home, what do we do, Wafika? In the hub.
You travel. My favorite thing to do. You see which country you belong to or which country you would want to move to. So, and then you join the mentorship program, because now with technology becoming so easy, everything is at our fingertips. We can actually mentor across continents, across time zones. You will have the same story, same probably, background, but a different route depending on where you come from. So you learn from each other, inspire each other, get inspired, share that amazing knowledge that you have, because no matter how senior or junior you have, you always have something to learn, something to share. So that's what you can do. You can look for a job, and you can also just meet up with people, like-minded women from around the world, just for a coffee. So it's not just like a professional network. It is, I think, a wholesome personality development, where we don't just focus on our professional needs, but we also see look for a friend, a safe space, a safe community. And that's what our hub is doing. This is something that is very close to my heart, because where else can you, meet these amazing women just like in one platform? So it's like a Facebook and LinkedIn together for women.
Yes. So, okay, once you join, so you come to our hub, so you can become a member of Women in Tech Global. It's for free. We just have to go join. You come into our world. Once you are there, we have all the chapters. They've got groups. So you can join France, you can join Uzbekistan, you can join USA, you can join all of them. So you know what everything's happening. And also you have access to our events. There's always an event happening somewhere around the world. So to give an example, we have, say, 65 chapters we say and growing. Every single chapter, they do minimum, like really the bare minimums, like 4 events per year. So altogether, we have minimum 200 events. Some are local, some are global, some are regional, many are free, some are online, some are paid. We have everything. So if you're looking for something, I'm sure you're going to have something there to do. If you want to get involved more, that means like if you were a company or if you want a philanthropist, if you want to partner and sponsor and support something specific, you can. And the person to go to is Melissa. Melissa, it's very easy. All our emails here because our first name and then womenintech.org, right? So you want to speak to Melissa? Oh, cool. What's her email? It's easy. Melissa at womenintech.org. You reach out to Melissa and she'll make things happen. We just get, okay, I want to help the community. I want to get more involved, be a community leader. Up, Monica, go to Monica and she's going to help out. And I think, Monica, you're even looking for people to help you out with the communications, with social media, right? We also looking if you want to volunteer and to give of your time, but join our family. You the most welcome. We're always looking to expand and to have a wider team so that we can make even more impact. So please write to Monica, obviously to Alejandro as well, and to Afika. We're always looking for job offers. Afika, we've got over 5 million people, community around the world. So if you are looking to hire talented women, this is the place. Let us know what you're talking, what's the profile you're looking for, and we're gonna try and share this with our community too. So there's a win-win for everybody. What did I miss, Alejandra?
No, I think you said it all, but I think we have a little bit of time because we were trying to cramp it all up, and just to talk a little bit about the chapters and who is here today, who is going to be joining us from around the world, all the countries that are going to be joining. I had the opportunity to coordinate with Monica and Wafika, and I were like, who's coming in, who's coming later, and it's really exciting to see all the topics and all the different approaches to things. So today and tomorrow, for some of us, you're gonna get to see everything from AI to coding, but also a lot about education, leadership, things that are moving the needle and how they can also contribute to that. I got to see some of the presentations because they wanted to make sure everything will run smoothly. And it really is incredible once you get to see the actual groundwork of women in tech, not just from the outside, but actually go in and see all of this. And I think part of that comes from the hub. Once you join the hub, you get to see it. But today, you're definitely going to get to see it. We have incredible speakers. All the chapters worked really, really hard to make sure that they had this amazing lineup. And I think Monica and Wafika could probably share a little bit more about that, but I think we should definitely show down on that topic.
So as Yumi mentioned previously, this is our second 24/7 tour, and since then many things have evolved. We have 65 countries, 6 continents, and 500,000 members in our community on VTH. We have also scholarships, as Melissa mentioned, the School of Luxembourg. So these are ongoing, so people can join our platform, learn more, get more certificates, and connect with each other on via messages through our platform. And one thing which is amazing that we got lineup of more than almost every country in this 24-hour tour. As Alexandra mentioned, we have interesting inspirational talks because we are starting the 1st of March as the month of the woman, but we also have many innovations from specific countries. So we're gonna see how women in tech lead the countries within the technology and within innovation, and we're gonna get a huge inspirational boom in order for us to start this month with a positive note. Afika, would you add something else?
Yes, I love how the countries and the chapter directors and the whole team have been working on this initiative, because with all that's going on, with all of their responsibilities and their work and everything, they've managed to, do their best and to have the best lineup and the best content for you, because we know it's just 24 hours. So the quality and the content that they bring to you is something that you wouldn't want to miss. You're definitely going to leave feeling extremely, extremely inspired. You're going to be meeting a lot of people, because all of these people, are right here. Like, we're easy to connect to. You can talk to us, you can join us, join the movement, be a part of us. And next 24 hours, we'll have even more countries and even more, chapters joining us, because the passion that these people have, it is really contagious. You hear them talk. We've not even started. It's not even like 1 hour in. And I love the comments that are coming in. I love all the enthusiasm. It's a Sunday morning. It's 7 a.m. for Alejandra. It's 8 a.m. here. I don't even know what time zones we're all from, but everybody making this time is a clear message that everybody wants to be a part of this change. And that's all we need. We want to have that passion, and that we want to have the intent. So we scale more intentionally.
Yay.
So thank you all.
Little final round off before we move to Uzbekistan. So what does Who Run the World mean to you, Melissa?
So as partnerships director, for me, it's great to see this collaboration globally. It also is almost like a full circle moment, being that the South Africa chapter started and was launched during our first 24-hour world tour 6 years ago.
Oh, that's
It was
true.
6 years ago.
Second anniversary.
And yes, it's amazing, and it's so good. We've got our South Africa slots later on at 1 p.m, so I'll be back again. But for me, through partnerships, every partnerships document signed, every door opened, every connection made, every woman impacted is just one step closer to our mission. And also putting Africa on a global scale, global map, and creating access for all the women here in Africa has just been my dream and my passion project. So thank you for having me. I'm living my dream job and my passion, daily. So I'm very grateful.
Oh, Mel, my roomie from Davos. That was such nice. Monica, Who Run the World?
I would say connections. As a passionate community director, I would really say connections, because connections can open you doors, and connections can bring you up the light and also reinforce you whenever it's needed, as the mentorship programs that we are having. So just focus on building up your circle, your connections, and buckle up for today's inspirational stories with coffee and enjoy the most. Get inspired.
Coffee. Alejandra, Who Run the World?
I would say very strong, strategic, energetic women who know how to lead with kindness, know how to lead with passion, show up with makeup, without makeup, with 3 kids, with 2 kids, with 6 kids, with no kids, but an incredible family they have to take care of. So we run the world and everyone around us as well to make sure it all goes well.
Yay. I think all the people, women, but men and people from all genders, once again, people who have kind hearts, who have intention, and who want a better future for everything, we should be the ones, all of us together, running the world. And I think this is a time more than ever where we need peace and kindness and love for each other. So with that in mind, we are going to be, it's going to be time very soon for our first handoff. We're going to be passing the mic across the Caspian Sea, across the steppes of Central Asia, to our incredible Women in Tech Uzbekistan chapter. I went to Uzbekistan first time, as I said, mentioned earlier, 2 years ago, and ever since I go there maybe 4 times a year. I love this country immensely, not only because it's a beautiful country, the most beautiful architecture that I've seen. If you go to Samarkand, you feel like you're in a movie. It's incredible, but most of all, the warmth of the people. It's such a warm, welcoming country. They make everyone feel very special, and you can see it's they're very authentic and they're very true about what they say and the way they do. It's a very young country. I think over half of the population is under 20 years old or 25. Oh, Shafkat!
Hello.
One of the reasons why I love this country is because I met Shafkat, right?
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you, Ayumi. Appreciate it.
So I'm going to be handing this over to you, Shafkat Karimov, who present yourself. You're going to have 1 whole hour But I just want to say thank you for the support. And since the beginning, I was saying that it's we need to work with allies and with men and with people from everywhere around the world. And so it's a real pleasure to share the stage here, to hand over the baton, to have on the flame, the Women in Tech flame, to you for the 24 hours. And then to see you live in Cape Town just in 2 months as well, where we're going to be seeing you and hugging in real life.
That would be awesome.
You, Shafkat.
Thank you, Ayumi.
Please,
Thank you
George.
so much. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you for the kind words, Ayumi and Alejandra, Monica, Melissa, Wafika. That was really incredible. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone from around the world. Maybe good night even. My name is Shafkat Karimov. I'm the head of IT community of Uzbekistan. And I'm also an advisor for Women in Tech Uzbekistan. And I'm also sending great regards and hello from Anna Ambrazevich, who is the director of Women in Tech Uzbekistan, and from our entire team. Uzbekistan has the honor to present right after the global presentation, and that's a big honor for us. So thank you so much for giving us this responsibility and trust, and we really, really appreciate it. It's a big honor. Today, you will hear a lot of different stories from different countries, people speaking English with different accents, but with one single purpose: to make the life of women and the life of all the people in the world better and brighter, and through technology. And I think you'll hear a lot, a couple of words today, and one, that's my just, assumption or prediction, I don't know. But I think that those words would be together and future. So today, you probably will hear those words from me as well, but our edition, the Uzbekistan's edition, is called See the Future, Uzbek Youth Edition. Instead of speaking about the future and something abstract, we decided to bring you the voices of the future, our young women from Uzbekistan. And I'm joined today by four outstanding young women from our country. They represent 4 different fields: cybersecurity, tech diplomacy, data science, and aerospace. Yeah, big one. And so let me introduce you to them. You see the picture of the girls, and the first one is Sevinch Mavlonova. Sevinch is the cybersecurity student, and then Dilnura Toshtimirova. Dilnura is the tech diplomacy advocate, and Kamila Beknazarova, she is the data science enthusiast, and Ezoza Ergasheva, she is our aerospace dreamer. They are the people who are shaping what's next for the future. Before we move into our conversation with the girls, let me introduce you to our country. Or maybe better say, introduce our country to you. All right, so Uzbekistan is the home for 39 million people. That's nearly half of the Central Asian's population. 65%, as Ayumi said, are under 35 years old. We're very, very young when it comes to our demographics. And we have 220 universities with more than 125,000 university graduates annually, and also around 300,000 IT specialists. Uzbekistan is one of the fastest growing startup ecosystems in the world today, and we are steadily improving our positions in the Global Gender Equality Index. This is the environment that our youth is growing in. Now, I would like to give the word to lovely Kamila, who will talk about Women in Tech Uzbekistan chapter. Kamila, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kamila Beknazarova, and I serve as a youth ambassador for Uzbekistan. And it's a rare and exciting privilege to stand before you today on the 1st of the March. Why? Because tomorrow, March 2nd, our chapter, Women in Tech Uzbekistan, turns exactly 2 years old. And we are standing on the very eve of our 2nd anniversary. And when we launched this chapter in 2024, we wanted to create a revolution. We saw a nation where 65% of the population is under 35, and we realized that the future of Uzbekistan's economy isn't just in technology. It's in the hands of women and men who build it together. And today I want to show you how we've spent the last 730 days turning that vision into reality. In just 2 years, we have proven that talent has no geography, because our mission was to reach beyond the capital of Tashkent. Today, we have a presence in 9 cities across Uzbekistan, from the historic streets of Khiva to the industrial heart of the Fergana Valley. And we have organized more than 70 specialized programs and events. We have reached over 7,000 direct participants. Think about that, 7,000 women who 2 years ago might have thought that tech wasn't for them, but today they are part of our ecosystem. Our digital community of 7,000 followers acts as a 24/7 support network. And whether it's our Women in Tech Talk series, where we take girls inside the offices of the top IT companies, or our regional IT roadshow, where we are moving the needle every single day. But we aren't just working locally, we're building a diplomatic bridge to the world. Women in Tech Uzbekistan has carried our national flag to global summits in France and Japan. In October 2024, we made a history by hosting the Women in Tech CCA Awards right here in Tashkent, where we welcomed innovators from across the region, showing the world that Uzbekistan is the regional hub for inclusive innovation. And perhaps our proudest moment happily made in Osaka, Japan. At the Global Summit, our chapter was honored with the Youth Engagement Award. This wasn't just an award for our team, it was a recognition of the spirit and the young women in Uzbekistan. We also became a signatories of the Osaka Protocol, pledging our commitment to the digital equity on a global scale. And we're no longer just participants in the global tech conversation, we're leading it. And none of this happens by accident. It happens because of the 10 leaders, 8 advisors, and 25 volunteers who dedicate their time to this cause. It happens because our 20 long-term partners who invest in the belief that an inclusive tech sector is a stronger tech sector. And as we look toward tomorrow's birthday, we aren't just celebrating what we've done. We are looking at what is next. Because we are moving toward AI literacy, supporting female founders, and ensuring that the jump Uzbekistan made in Gender Equality Index, by the way, from 103rd to 52nd, is only the beginning. Tomorrow, we blow out 2 candles, but today I invite you to see those candles not as an end, but as the spark for the next generation of girls in our country. We are building a legacy where every girl in Uzbekistan knows that tech and STEM is a language she can speak and a future she can own. Thank you for being part of our story on this very special anniversary eve, because I'm now happy to take any questions and give the microphone to Shakataka.
Shakala means older brother. Shakat, that's a Uzbek saying. Thank you so much, Camila. Really appreciate it. That was amazing. And let's just get to introduce our young ladies. And we'll start with Sevinch. Sevinch, can you please tell us about yourself and just in general? And then I'll ask you one cool question.
Okay, great. Okay, hello everyone. That's actually a great pleasure to be here. My name is Sevinch, and I'm a cybersecurity student at New Uzbekistan University. And I'm deeply passionate about technology, artificial intelligence, and digital security. And beyond my studies, I'm actively involved in leadership and innovation initiatives. Also, like I'm the founder of TEDxNEU, Women in Tech Ambassador, and a participant and winner of several national technology competitions. And I have also worked on startup ideas on cybersecurity and AI, focusing on protecting users from phishing attacks and improving digital literacy among young people. And also in 2025, I have won Digital Generation Girls startup competition with my startup LLS, and we had an opportunity to go to US and study at Harvard and MIT technologies at their labs with professors and improving our knowledge and broadening our horizon even more. And in the future, I really hope and I see myself building some, digital systems that protect people from digital violence and cyber attacks. Thank you so much.
I was speaking on mute, so thank you so much,
Yeah.
Sirinj. Really, really
Mhm.
appreciate it. That was very impressive. Thanks a lot. And I have one question for you. So it's year
Mhm.
2035, because we're going to talk about the future today. So just continue the sentence. Year 2035, I am.
In 2035, I will be working on digital systems, on startup on systems that will protect people's data, that will serve as a help so that people can safely use internet and connect with each other and be safe from any hackers and cyber attacks.
Nice. That's very, very noble. And we know that digital safety is super important these days, and it's going to be even more important in future. So thank you for taking this noble mission to make our life better. Thank you, Sevinch. Now
Thank
I
you
want
so
to move
much.
to Dilnura. Dilnura, tell us about yourself as well, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dilnura Tashtimirova. I'm 17 years old, and I come from Samarkand, a city that has always been more than a point on a map. For centuries, it was where civilizations met,
Just give us a
where
second. It's
traders
loading.
exchanged goods.
At least it's loading for me.
Okay. So for centuries, it was a
All
place
right.
where
So
civilizations meet,
Dilnura,
where
let's see if it works.
yeah, I'm gonna
If it doesn't work, let's move to Camila for now. So we don't have to. Oh, is everything okay?
yes.
Maybe it's only for me. Okay, I'll just go mute.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dilnura Tashtimirova. I'm 17 years old, and I come from Samarkand, a city that has always been
Okay, let's
more
move
than
to
a point.
Camila. Oh, okay. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah. For centuries, it was where civilizations meet, where traders exchange goods, where diplomats speak about ideas along the Silk Road. Today, I see Samarkand as something else, not just a historical crossroads, but a symbol of how and what our digital future looks like. I represent tech diplomacy, the space where diplomacy and technology evolve together. I'm currently a high school student, recently got admitted to Queen's University of Charlotte, Loyola University Chicago, Michigan University, as well as New Orleans with full scholarships. It wasn't really about admissions, but the clarity of a reason beyond that. I chose diplomacy as my major because I realized that in 21st century, global influence is no longer shaped by territory or military powers. However, it's shaped by algorithms, data, and digital infrastructure. In November 2025, I had the honor to work on a core team behind the launch of Samarkand Declaration on Tech Diplomacy. At the same time, UNESCO's General Assembly was held outside Paris for the first time in 40 years in Samarkand. For me, that was powerful. It was a clear proof of how Uzbekistan is no longer standing on the sidelines of global transformation. However, it's stepping into global conversations. Through the Digital Uzbekistan 2035 strategy, our country is modernizing public services, strengthening cybersecurity, and expanding global cooperation on the borderline. More importantly, Uzbekistan is beginning to see technology not just as economic growth, but as a diplomatic tool. Because diplomacy is no longer about borders, it's about data flows, it's about AI ethics, it's about digital trust between nations. And women must be part of shaping these new rules, not only building technologies, but defining its values. Because future of diplomacy is digital, and Uzbekistan is ready to help shape it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dilnura. Sorry for interrupting you in the beginning. It was lagging a little bit for me. So amazing speech, very powerful and inspirational. So really appreciate it. And now the same question goes to you. The year 2035, 2035, how do you see yourself? I guess my video is lagging for you as well, Dilnura.
No, it's working. It's working.
It's working. Okay, so year 2035, how do you see yourself?
I see myself in a space where I can evolve technology and diplomacy. So I'm ensuring that nation can benefit from that, because nowadays, like, technological system can undermine them, but it has to protect human rights. So yeah.
Nice. Also very noble. Thank you so much, Dilnura. That's amazing. Outstanding.
Thank you.
And now let's move to Camila. Camila, you haven't introduced yourself. You just talked about women in tech Uzbekistan. Now I want to hear from you. Tell us about yourself.
Sure. So, hello everyone again. My name is Kamila Biknazarova, and I am the Youth Ambassador of Women in Tech Uzbekistan, and I work the intersection of data science, technology, and society. I'm a 10th grade student, 15-year-old, at the specialized IT school named after Muhammad Al-Kharazmi, where I focus on CS, STEM, and engineering systems. But beyond what I study, what truly defines me is convergence. I don't see STEM as separate subjects. I see them as connected tools to solve real human problems. I'm the founder of KB Lab, a youth innovation lab where I lead a team of young developers building AI and data driven solutions in digital safety, education, health awareness, and environmental responsibility. And our projects were piloted in schools and used by more than 100 students. For me, it's very, very inspiring because code is not just a logic, it eventually can solve real problems. And my journey with Women in Tech began in 2024, where Ayumi Moore Aoki visited Tashkent, and meeting her was a turning point for me because seeing a global leader who was building opportunities for women in technology with such clarity and purpose deeply inspired me. And after that meeting, I joined Women in Tech Uzbekistan, and I can honestly say it changed my life completely. And today I serve as a youth ambassador, contributing to programs that support and empower girls in STEM. And that is why I believe working in the intersection of technology and public responsibility is crucial. We need builders who understand ethics, we need engineers who think globally, and we need leaders who see technology not as power but as service. And that is the space where I choose to stand.
Perfect, Camila. Thank you so much. 15 years old. Unbelievable. And I agree, Ayumi is very inspiring woman. Her personality is just, motivates people who just don't even see her talking. I just like seeing her in action. That's crazy. She's really wonderful, and we all lost her. Obviously, is our leader at Women in Tech. And thanks for sharing your story. Now, tell me about your future. How do you see yourself in 2035?
Well, in 2035, I think I will be working at the convergence of artificial intelligence, data science, and global technology collaboration. I'm not choosing between disciplines, I think I'm connecting them. By 2035, the most meaningful innovation will not come from isolated expertise, but from the integrating technical depth with human understanding. And as a data scientist, I will focus on building intelligent systems, but I'm equally interested in how humans interact with those systems, how cognitions, behavior, and cross border collaboration shape technical impact. Convergence is not about doing everything, it's about understanding how everything connects. And that's why I think in 2035, I will be a convergent person.
Wow, that's so wise. I totally agree. Yeah, you got to combine things to make it work even better and more efficiently. All right, thank you, Camila. And now, last but not least, Azoza, please tell us about yourself as well, Azoza.
Hello everyone, my name is Azaza. I'm a student from Uzbekistan who is passionate about science and technology, especially space and earth sustainability. Right now, I'm learning physics, environmental science, and math because I want to understand how we can solve real problems using knowledge from space and earth. I think many people think that space exploration is only about discovering new planets or exploring the universe, but for me, it's also about protecting our planet Earth. From space, we can monitor climate change, manage water resources, and find new ways to address the challenges that face humanity. Space exploration also helps us understand how we can improve our planet by using technology and innovation. Space exploration also helps us understand how we can contribute to sustainable development. I want to build systems that not only explore our universe, but also help our Earth with analyzing data. I believe that even young people can also do so with their curiosity and their responsibility. And right now, Uzbekistan is also developing its space programs. For example, Cosmos, we're monitoring Earth with using satellite technologies. And at the same time, we're hosting the International Astronautical Congress in 2028 in Samarkand. This is one of the biggest achievements for us. As our country grows technologically, we have a unique opportunity to build responsible and sustainable systems from the beginning because the future of space and Earth are connected to each other. So protecting one means protecting and helping to each other. And I believe my generation has the responsibility, the power to make the future better. Thank you so much. I hope we are going to have a great time together.
Thank you, Zoza. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That's why they say it's a rocket science, like it's very, very complex what you do with aerospace technologies. And same question goes to you. How do you see yourself in 2035? Where are you going to be?
I think I see myself leading a space technology startup that designs and builds sustainable satellites and spacecrafts, both for Earth and the universe. And at the same time, my mission will be responsibility, like providing and promoting space education and inspiring students to think critically and solve global problems together.
Nice. Very, very inspiring. Thank you so much, Zoza. So now we're going to travel to the future together with you to 2035. I really hope it works. So we'll launch a Mentimeter. So basically, menti.com, the poll, the survey, to ask you just a few questions and see what you guys think, ladies and gentlemen. And then we'll see, what our guests, our ladies have to say about that. So let's launch the menti.com, the Mentimeter right on screen. I really hope it's going to work. So let's do it. Now, while we're preparing, so what you'll see next is the screen with the QR code, not the one you see right now. That's for, to win summit entry tickets. But the next one on the page will show up right now. And you'll just use the QR code or just go to the menti.com website and see the code there, the numbers. So I hope it's going to work. We do have some time, so no rush. Make it happen. Here we go. It's coming. Here we go. Perfect. So this is the QR code. And also, if it doesn't work for you or you're not near your phone, just use menti.com and enter this code 45395164. All right. I'll actually do it myself as well, just to make sure it works perfectly. Oh, it's on selfie. So here you go. Menti.com. All set. Perfect. So you'll see the message saying all set right after you click the QR code or use the code with numbers. Now, let's wait for people. You can send some likes there, like you see on the bottom right screen, corner of the screen, and see once we get more and more people joining, we'll be able to launch this whole survey. I see only 13, 14 people right now. Let's wait for more just to get more participants. It's going to be cool. Participate. It's going to be awesome. The questions are going to be about the future. And it's interesting to see what you think about how the future will look when it comes to, how the world is going to work with AI involved. Obviously, you can go without AI and other things. So we're 18, maybe we'll get to 20, and then we'll start the Mentimeter, the survey. The live stream is a little bit delayed, so that's why probably the numbers that I'm saying might be larger by once you hear those. So 24, 25. So I guess to 30 maybe, and then we'll start. I see 25, a little bit more. Send your likes. I'll do that too. Here you go. Here you go. These are my likes. And 26. Maybe one more, and then we'll start, not to waste any more of your time. So it is 27. So let's do it. Let's just start. See how it's going to work. Yeah, perfect. Now, the question is, in 2035, competitive advantage will depend mostly on technology, travel, culture, or speed. And keep in mind, you can choose multiple. So I'm also answering. Now, here we go. The answers are coming in, 6 out of 28, 10. Nice, perfect. So let's wait for a little more before we finish. Hope everybody answers. Now we are more than halfway now. 30 people responding, 15 answers. All right, and I think technology and talent are leading right now. Yeah, that's what I see on the screen. Culture is really close, and speed isn't that important based on your opinion. Interesting. Technology is getting even, more votes right now. Just one more vote. Oh, talent caught up. And almost everybody gave their answers. Please vote, and just so we move to the next question. But so far, technology and talent are leading the way. I'm surprised culture isn't making it, because that was my vote, and I believe that culture would be the competitive advantage for the future. But that's just my opinion. And 24 out of 31. Let's get a couple more votes and then move to the next question. Or maybe just one more vote. All right, last chance to vote. So technology is leading and talent is just slightly behind with one vote. Let's move to the next question then. By 2035, gender parity in tech leadership will be, and let's see, achieved, progressing, or still unequal? Okay, here you go. My answer is a little moderate, but let's see what people think. Most people think it's progressing. By 2035, it's still progressing. Interesting. All right, but still we have a lot of optimists in this room, worldwide room, online, room of Women in Tech Summit, 24-hour summit. And we see that about 30%, 32% now believe that by 2035, basically in just like 8 years, right? It's 26 or 9 years, we'll achieve it. But majority of people, 67%, believe it's still going to be progressing. And 4% don't believe so and think it's still going to be unequal. I really hope it's going to be at least equal, but maybe, it's going to be achieved fully and we wouldn't even think about it anymore and just always know that it's always, fair for everyone. All right, 25 votes. That's what we normally get. Let's get like 26, 27 before we move to the next question. We are. All right, so 2035. Education will be primarily degree-based, skill-based, AI personalized, or global and collaborative. And again, you can vote for multiple choices. You don't have to choose just one. And likes. Here you go. So what's winning? Skill-based, interesting, 46% right now, and then 31% of the second place, global and collaborative, and then 27 only, I think 27% of the people who are awarding think it's going to be AI personalized education by 2035. Nobody thinks it's going to be degree-based. Degrees are gone. Looks like it's over. The game is over for degrees. But universities will probably transform quite a bit in the next 9 years or 10 years. So that's very interesting, enlightening to see that skill-based education is what we expect here as our community on this call. All right, so 16 votes. Let's get to 20 something and see. So far, skill-based is still leading with 41%. All right, and 32% for global and collaborative. That's what we do, right? We are the community. All right, 19, let's get to 20 something. Here you go, 20, 21 even. Oh, 22, the votes are still coming in. And I think it's pretty straightforward that skill-based is leading the way. So let's move to the next question. By 2035, the strongest leaders will be those who can adapt faster than systems, develop other leaders, build cross-border ecosystems, and think long-term under the pressure. So let's see what people think. I got my vote in. Adapt faster than systems. Interesting is leading right now. Think long-term under pressure is on the second place. Develop other leaders is going third. Interesting. And then build cross-border ecosystems is not as popular as others. So adapting looks like is the key for strong leadership in 2035 or beyond. Just basically the best threat for leaders in the future is adapting faster than the systems. Very interesting and enlightening. All right, let's get some more votes and see if the situation changes or if it continues. The trend still there. We'll get 16 votes out of 35. And thank you so much for participating. I think we're almost there. I think we only have like one question left. But let's wait for some more votes. 17 out of 35. Nice, almost half of it. Oh, not of 36 now. So not half yet. But 20, oh, nice. Maybe it's lagging for me. It's 20. It quickly got to 20. All right, so nothing has changed. Adapt faster than system is still leading. So let's move to the last question now. And that's basically for you to write your answer. You can write it multiple times, by the way. So describe 2035 in one word, and we'll see your words on the screen. So I'm writing mine. Here we go. Sent. Nice. Technology, digital, peace, freedom, technological, data, safe, collaborative, nice, AI, very cool, happiness. What else do I see here? Adventures, nice, very good, very positive and techy, positive vibe I see for 2035 as we see it from today. Progress, digital, connected, powerful, flexibility, goals, innovation, and technology and digital are larger because more people have chosen exactly these words, and AI now as well. Human-centered, oh nice. Community, oh finally, I love communities. Innovation, human-centered, powerful, equality, yeah. Data, flexibility, fragile, interesting. Convergent, yeah. So many words. Look at this. Adventures, collaboration, digital, collaborative. Wow, that's leading now. It's more than digital and technology and others. Wow, what a beautiful word cloud. And we got almost everybody have written their words. So awesome. All right, so yeah, collaborative. It's so beautiful. We should take a screenshot. Let me take a screenshot. All right. Nice. Here you go. I got the screenshot. Now, perfect. Thank you so much for participating in this survey from menti.com. And I really, really appreciate it. And now I want to ask our ladies from Uzbekistan, the young, powerful, and the people who we really believe in terms of their future and our future because of them, because they will lead it for sure. So I want to ask these same questions real quick. Give me some nice, quick answers. It doesn't need to be quick, but at least whatever you want to say about this. And the question is this, and let's start with Sevinch. Sevinch, in 2035, will competitive advantage depend on technology, talent, culture, or speed? As per your opinion.
Okay, I was actually following how those questions were going on. Technology won the first, even culture were the third. But I think my response will be totally different right now. Everyone will be just shocked because I think that main huge advantage will depend on speed because yes, everyone is right now so many technologies on Twitter, so many startups are going on, and people are adapting to use new technologies. But I think in the future it's going to be much easier, so everyone probably will be using a lot of technologies. But when it comes to my answer, speed. Those people who will adapt quickly, I guess they will win more compared to other people who will take more time to adapt. So I think this is going to be a huge advantage.
Very cool. So technology is going to be all around anyway, right? So those who are fast at using technology and adapting to technology is going to win. Interesting. Now, Dilnura, the next question goes to you. Let's see what you think. By 2035, gender parity in tech leadership will be achieved, progressing, or still unequal?
I think it will be progressing because no one guarantees, as you said, so we don't know. But we have predictions, so it will be progressing, but I don't think it will be unequal because every single day a lot of people are emerging, like they're saying that it will be progressing. They don't think it will be unequal, so they are trying their best to make it equal, so it will be progressing.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for giving us hope. Really appreciate it, especially when you say that, because you will be shaping that future from your end as well. And I hope you'll do your best to make it 100% equal.
Sure.
And progressing, and maybe we'll even achieve it. Thank you so much. Now, Camila, the next question goes to you. In 2035, education will be primarily degree-based, skill-based, AI personalized, or global and collaborative?
I think in 2035, education will be primarily AI personalized because AI will adapt learning to each student's pace, strengths, and intersects, while global platforms like degree-based will connect classrooms across borders. Students will not just consume knowledge, I think. They will kind of co-create solutions with peers from different countries, cultures, and disciplines with AI. And education will be more standardized system to intelligent networks ecosystems.
Nice. Very good answer. I love it. And most people actually voted for skill-based, I think. So good perspective when it comes to AI. All right. And now, Azoza, the last question goes to you. By 2035, the strongest leaders will be those who can adapt faster than systems, build cross-border ecosystems, think long-term under pressure, or develop other leaders.
I think by 2035, strong leaders will be those who can adapt faster than systems change. Because the world is moving so quickly, technology, climate, and markets are evolving constantly. That's why leaders who can quickly adapt and make decisions in urgency can be good for our future. And adaptable leaders not only survive challenges, but also they create environment for others. So I think it would be adapting challenge.
Nice adaptation. So, and that was the most popular answer as well from other people. So good stuff. Now, the question to all of you, one by one, just quickly and maybe you can just mention your word. Maybe you changed your word already while thinking about it. Describe 2035 in one word. Let's start with Sevinch again. One word, 2035.
Okay, one word. Well, that's really hard to actually, combine all these things in one word, but I think it's gonna be innovation, you know?
Innovation.
So yeah,
Nice.
so many new ideas, so many new things will be there, and yeah, it's gonna be full of innovative progresses, I believe.
Nice. Very cool. Thank you, Sevinch. Dilnora, what about you?
In my opinion, in my opinion, 2025 will be, I think it will be collaborative, because as soon as technological leaders and AI policymakers are being involved in one place, so they will collaborate step by step. So it will be collaborative, I think.
Collaborative. Nice. I love it. Very good word. And now, Camila, what about you? What is your word for 2035?
I think I'm the ambassador of this word. I think it's convergent because
Convergent.
by 2035, boundaries between disciplines, industries, and nations will blur, and artificial intelligence will merge with neuroscience, technology with policy, data science with ethics, and competitive systems will no longer operate in isolation.
Nice. Convergent. Very good. Colliding the different disciplines into new realities. Nice. Love it. And Ezoza, what about you? What is your one word?
So it's very hard to answer, but from my personal story and perspective, I think it will be connected because, as I said before, I want to connect and space and Earth to solve the global problems. So in the future, everything will be connected, even people, technology, and nature. And ideas move instantly, and the problems we can solve easily. So it would be connected. Yeah.
Nice. Love it. Connected. And I saw that word as well in the word cloud. All right. Thank you so much. Now we still have some time, and that's great opportunity for us to talk to our audience worldwide because it's a unique opportunity. And so I will open the comments and I'll ask everyone who is listening to us right now to just ask whatever you want to ask from our girls from Uzbekistan who will be shaping the future of our country and hopefully globally. If you have any questions for them, we would be happy to hear from you, and then we'll just assign any of our wonderful ladies to respond to you. Use the chat, the comment section here or on LinkedIn, and we are happy to answer those. And while the questions are coming in, I hope, I have one question or like multiple probably questions for our girls myself, and that's that they probably didn't have a chance to prepare, but we'll see. So we want to make it, as real and natural as possible. So the question is this: what do you think will become normal by 2035 that feels very ambitious today? And whoever wants to answer, just raise your hand. Just physically show me, like if you want to answer that. Yeah, Sevinch, let's do it.
Okay, I think, education will be accessible to everyone, no matter where you live, you know. So all those like courses, everything, I think it's gonna be excessive, and it will be super normal also to have, platforms that will be working with you for your well-being. It will be totally normal, psychologists or something, and AI personalized career platforms. I mean, to use them will be also, I think, totally normal. I think, yeah, this is like honestly so hard to come up. I think so many ideas are coming up to me, but I think those are the ones that will be for sure.
Nice. I love it. Very cool. Now, the next question, while I see no questions. Oh, here you go. So, Laura, like, I hope I pronounce your name right, Laura Beer. Here, so hi, do you think education isn't going to be important in 2035 because AI is taking over jobs? And now, even with 5 degrees, people are still jobless. So who wants to take on that? So the question is basically, degrees don't matter anymore. People with 5 degrees don't get jobs. What do you think is going to happen in 2035 because of AI? Who wants to answer the educational one? Camila, let's go.
Well, I think the AI personalized studies are great. You can adapt everything by yourself, but still, universities and degree based education will be must have because in the university, you're not only getting the expertized knowledge or education or something that will make you a professional, but also being surrounded by people who are led by the same goal, by the same passion as you is, I would say, very great because while studying in the same auditory, you will be surrounded by your classmates and groupmates who may be founding some great startup like Google, will be like a Google, but like in 30 years apart, or someone who will become a president, and so much, and so on. And being surrounded by those people, having a network like that, will absolutely help you, not only in your professional way, but also like a personal growth. This is my opinion.
Nice. Love it. Love it. I don't see any other questions, so the one will come from me as well. So for the future, what are the skills that we need to develop today, especially you, because I'm old and like done. Well, basically, I have no future, but you have a lot of future ahead of you. And tell us, please, what skills do people like you, very young future leaders, have to develop in order to be successful and also happy in life? Who wants to answer that? Yeah, Dinora, let's go.
I think we are like youngsters must focus on technological literacy with ethical thinking. We don't have to like code. We have to understand how AI, digital systems, like everything, digital infrastructure shape power and energy. So leaders as well, they have to, I mean, who are remain relevant will be those who can actually bridge technology, be it cybersecurity, space. So like everything, they have to make decisions, and we have to make decisions with long-term shared responsibility.
Love it. Very cool. And also I saw Sivinch and is also, let's get your answers as well real quick. Sivinch, what do you think?
Okay, I really wanted to talk a little bit about emotional intelligence here.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, okay. And I've heard that people are just worried about that AI will take over the jobs and so on. But there are skills, certain skills that I think everyone should have, especially leaders, to lead correctly and to achieve more success in the future. I think those are the communication skills. Wherever you go, whatever your job do, you talk with people every day on daily basis, right? So if you have great, strong communication skills and also understanding people, I mean, those skills that are included in emotional intelligence, I think it will be a huge advantage for you to build your career and to even, get better jobs or develop through career faster.
Love it. Love it. Thank you, Dilnura and Sivinch. And Ezosa, what about you? What is your answer to this?
I think it is probably soft skills, especially critical and systems thinking, the ability to see the bigger picture and understand how everything is connected to each other and working on their roots to solve global problems. Like the future is not about only solving the one problem, it is actually about solving and designing solutions that work for the systems. So I would say systems and critical thinking. Yeah.
Love it. I see another question. So thank you, Zosa. That was awesome. Critical thinking and other soft skills. Now, I see another question here in the chat. Don't you think it is us and not AI that should control the world? What do you think about, and remember in the first part of it, when the global leadership were talking here, discussing things, they were also, Ayumi was asking, like, who is in charge today? Who controls the world? Who leads the world? And there were multiple answers. I have my own, by the way, but I can't answer that. But what about you? What do you think? Don't you think it is us and not AI that should control the world, as I see it in the chat? And what do you think in general about that? Okay, Sivinch, let's go. Let's do it.
Okay. So we're afraid. I know that even ourselves, when we enter to university, when it comes to coding and so on, we're like afraid. Can we get a job? After graduating, can we do something? Like, can we work at the companies? Like those kind of thoughts were on our minds. But I believe we young generation and also we are how to say, like, control the world. We decide, and that's out on our hands. And what AI does is just AI, like ChatGPT, tool to study better, to study effectively. I believe it's going to be just a tool, but not a something that will control the world. And I believe that we are, and everything is on our hands. Thank you.
Nice. That's very optimistic. We have to talk about this. I have some thoughts as well. All right, that's very cool. But cool that you believe that there's not that much threat when it comes to taking our space, when it comes to leading the world. But if we are cautious and if we take the right legal measures, ethical measures, I think we'll be fine. But that's yeah. And now, anybody else wants to answer that? The question about controlling the world, AI, and it's very, very tricky question actually. Nope. All right. So I know that the actual streaming is a little bit delayed, so we might be close to our time right now. So I'll just try to sum up a little bit, do the summary, and now what I want to say is this, and I think it's very important. Today's conversation wasn't really about Uzbekistan. It was about the perspective and how our young women, our future leaders, see the innovation, responsibility, and the leadership. If this perspective resonates with you, everyone who is listening to us today, let's build it together. And Uzbekistan is a sunny country with very kind and hospitable people and really, really delicious food. So we are welcoming you to come visit us, as Ayumi did many, many times, as I wrote in the chat that sometimes it feels that she's traveling from Uzbekistan to other places. She's like our homie right now. And we really love when Ayumi comes because she inspires a lot of young hearts. And so come as well, visit us. It's a beautiful, very safe, very nice country with amazing people. And we are open to collaboration, to partnerships, and to shape what's next together with you. So come and build a great future with us together. Thank you so much. And this was Uzbekistan. And we are happy to be here for the Women in Tech Global 24-Hour Summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shafkat. Thank you, ladies. It was absolutely lovely to see all of Uzbekistan so well represented. Thanks, Shafkat. What a lovely discussion with all the girls. So good to see even our own Camilla, 15-year-old that came to our awards, and now she was on stage. Yeah. Dilnura, who helped us with the tech diplomacy in Samarkand. That's our, she was our leader of the volunteers in Samarkand, and she took us around and she took care of us. And now that she won a scholarship, to the US to continue tech diplomacy, we were so proud and so happy for you, Dilnura, that you're gonna be, with the flag of both women in tech and tech diplomacy around the world. And where is Anna? How come we didn't see Anna today?
Anna is traveling. She went to Kenya for Women in Tech. She's speaking actually at the Women in Tech event there. So, but she's with us here right now online, I think. At least I've seen some chats and somewhere. So yeah, feel free to say hello because Anna is always around. She's in our hearts for sure.
You don't hear me, Angela? Okay, she's with us. So from Uzbekistan that we love, we are going to be moving soon, very, very soon, to Paris. So all my heart countries, all my heart nations. So I came first time to France, Marseille, Shafkat, I don't know if you know, on a very special day for France, because it was on the 12th of July of 98. Were you born then? Maybe you were not born then, Shafkat.
I was. I'm
It
also
was.
not
But do you
also.
know why it's an important date for France?
Yeah,
Let me
of
see
course.
your culture. Yeah? Why?
Yeah, Independence Day.
No.
No,
No,
it's
no, no, no,
America's
no.
Independence Day, actually.
No, Independence Day is on the 14th of July. The 12th of July, it was the first time that they won World Cup.
Wow, that's right. Yeah.
Yes,
It was
that's
Zidane,
right.
right? Zidane
Yes,
winning
was
the
with
first thing.
that. So straight from Paris, I'm gonna be joining us will be Angela. Coucou Angela.
Good morning.
Good morning. So
Hello.
Shafkat, Angela Shafkat. Shafkat,
You hear
thank you
me?
so much. Yes, we can hear you. He's gonna be leaving
Ayumi,
us.
I
So
can't hear you.
you can't hear?
Oh. We hear you well.
You hear me, Shafkat? Yes.
With the
Yes,
Eiffel
that's okay.
Tower. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably there's a delay.
Bye, Shafkat.
See you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Coucou Angela, ça va?
Ayumi, I can't hear you, but you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
I
great.
hear you. So I'm gonna say, put up the flambeau pour toi, ma chère Angela.
Okay, great. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, bonjour from Paris, under the sparkle of the Eiffel Tower. You see the Eiffel Tower? This is not Emily in Paris. This is even better. It's Women in Tech in Paris. I'm Angela, Director of Women in Tech France, wishing you a powerful, bold, and magical International Women's Month. Yes, this year we take the month, we take all March because we worth it. And today, this year, girls, we count on you to rise, lead, and shape the future together. And now, let me introduce you an amazing woman for an incredible roundtable. I don't know if they are on live right now. I don't know. Yes, Yusra.
Hello.
The stage is yours. Good morning.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Hello. All right. So, hello, everyone. I don't know if it's working correctly. Do you see me clearly? Type in the comments if you have any issues.
We see you, Yusra. How are you? Comment ça va? You hear me? Oh, good, Yusra. Oh, good, girls. Let's
Great.
have everyone on stage. Coucou, Doreen.
Good morning, Doreen.
Bonjour, bonjour. J'adore Angela. J'adore. Trop canon.
Comment ça
Hello,
va, Doreen?
everyone.
Ça va, et toi?
Doreen, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear
Tu nous
you.
entends,
Can you hear
Doreen?
me?
Everyone can hear everybody. Everything is good.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
We're having some technical issues, I think.
No technical issues. Everything is running on very smoothly. Everyone can hear, and we all live. Yosra, who are we waiting for? For France.
We're waiting Claire and Kelly.
Great. Wow,
Yes.
Angela, we're lucky that you're under in front of the Eiffel Tower and that it's sunny in
and you
Paris.
see, yeah.
Everything.
I'm with all the tourists today.
You're gonna be our live presenter. You know, I feel like we're in the Olympics. You know, we were live from the Eiffel Tower. This is great, girls. For the next the next 22 hours, I want all the ladies to go to one of the landmarks of their country. You know, so they can see where we are.
I'm with the tourists and the running people, but I'm not running today.
Come on, Angela.
Yeah. Next time I'm running. But I come here by foot. So
good. You do your
10,000 already an
exercise.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't know if they are.
I just texted Kelly to tell her that it's
They're gonna be joining. But Angela, tell us about.
Ça va super. Super, on a plein de projets cette année. We make another. I'm going to make it in English. Another youth camp this year in June. In the end of June, we're waiting another 50 girls between 14 and 16 years. And we have DigiGirls Day in Microsoft in April. So we're waiting another 50 girls from Paris and the suburb of Paris. So we are very proud to make all this with the young people and to open doors to these girls, and especially for the youth camp, we make it at École 42. You know, we have a great partnership with them, and yes, we are looking forward to make it this again. So yeah, and we make another hackathon in Martinique. You know, it's the island of France, and we are Women in Tech was the first NGO to make a hackathon in Martinique, because nobody think to make a hackathon in Martinique. So we are very proud to make it again, and we have a lot of media there to talk about what we do in Martinique. And now we are in France. We are really the reference about youth people, and especially in hackathon. So we are very, very proud about that. Sorry, I'm not crying, but it's a little bit cold. So
you can cry. I'm gonna cry because I'm so proud of you girls and all the wonderful work you're doing. And I wanted to say here live to the world, Angela, how proud I am of you, how grateful I am of you. You know, of leading the chapter, of leading France with such passion, with such charisma, with such love that you do everything. You just look, the proof is in front of the Eiffel Tower. You know, you walked all the way there to show the world. And so thank you so much. Well done to you, to the entire team. You have a wonderful team that they follow you, they love you, they very passionate about the work we are doing with Women in Tech. I absolutely adore the first hackathon for the youth, where even I brought my daughter and a friend from high school in Paris. So we say coucou to École 42, to the School 42, because without them, we would not have been able to do that, to Femmes du Numérique, to Numeum, to all our partners, Elizabeth Moreno, to all our partners that are UNESCO, that support us in the local ecosystem, because the power of the power of the pack, the power of this collective effort that makes it so so meaningful, it makes it happen, right?
Yes, we all together prove that sorority, it's not an hashtag, it's a real. Yeah. So we were very proud, and we every month since now 2 years, we make a meet and greet, and the next meet and greet, it's on the 12th of March in Wiskel. So it's near Galerie Lafayette if you live in Paris. So
well, that's a good excuse to go to Galerie Lafayette, do some shopping, right? I have to go to the meet and greet.
Yes. So yes, we make a lot of great things, and thank you. I told you 1,000 times, Ayumi. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for everything. You make you are a really role model for all of us. So thank you. Thank you,
Angela.
You are of positivity. So yeah.
We need some. Okay, so let's get the girls on stage. Okay, let's go. Girls, come on stage. Okay, I leave the stage, Angela. You speak to your girls, and then thank you, ladies, for making your time for being here on a Sunday morning.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, girls.
Hi. Hello,
Good
everyone.
morning. You see, I have the greatest Madame Eiffel Tower. So I let you. The stage is yours. Have a great round table, and thank you again to be here this morning.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our conversation today. So my name is Yusra Jegirim. I am part of the French chapter. I'm a program manager and board member of Women in Tech France. And today we are having a very interesting discussion. So on the 1st of March, on the beginning of the International Women's Month, we are having a discussion about AI, which, as we know, it's a topic that is shaping our economies, our workplaces, and even our identities. So the question is no longer are we having AI as part of our future. It's more of who is developing these technologies and how are we going to apply it, how to be part of it, and how to be included all over the world. So to have this conversation, I welcome my three guests. So we have Kelly, Doreen, and Claire to go in depth and to explore how it truly means for women to be part of AI, to take power, and to shape the future. So if you could start with a short introduction, everyone.
Sure thing. I can go first. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining on the Sunday morning. We're super pleased to be all together. I'm Doreen. I'm CSO at Scaleway, and it's a pleasure to be with you.
Hi, everyone. So yeah, my name is Claire. I've been working in tech for the past 10 years, and I'm also part of the board of Women in Tech in Paris.
Hi, everyone. Really happy to be here as well. So I'm Kelly. I've been in tech for almost 10 years, working at big company like Facebook, Meta, and right now I'm working as a insights and analytics manager at YouTube, and based in Paris at the moment.
Right. Okay, so I will go with the first question. As we know, according to the World Economic Forum, among the researchers in AI, we only have 12% represented by women. In France, it's around 14%, but we are still very far from an equal representation in AI development. So, how is this underrepresentation influencing the way AI systems are developed, are trained, and are deployed?
I'm sorry for the odd sound that people might be hearing. We're gonna make it sure that it's off. I think it's a good question to kick off, and not to do a course on AI, but to make sure there is no bias on AI. We need to make sure of the data input that we put in our AI systems. So we kind of know that if we ask the results of the Cold War in different AI, we're gonna have different responses, whether the AI will be in the US, in Europe, or even Russian. So I think the input will really balance the output that we're gonna have in AI. And it comes as well for the topic of women, making sure that the data that we put is equally done for men and women. And it could be in many different topics, whether it's in science, it's in tech, for a woman in tech, or many diverse topics.
Yeah, I think that this topic is obviously one of major importance. So obviously, as you said, Doreen, the idea is not to give like another masterclass on what AI is and how it's going to change our lives. I think that most people are aware of that. I think that the real question today is making sure that we are building an AI that is going to be fair for everyone. Women are 50% of the population. We're not a minority, but unfortunately, we are not necessarily the ones that are making the calls in this new technology. As you said, Yosra, there is like about 12% of women that are researchers in this field. The data that we upon the AI, upon which the AI is being trained is already quite biased, whether that be data in everything that is linked to healthcare, but also like security, things that I would not say that have been done purposely against women, but it's just that women were not necessarily taking into consideration when those data were built, right? But on top of that, AI is also trained on whatever is going on in the internet. And abuse of women in the internet, that's something that is quite real. Like women have 12 more, they have 12 more chances than men, 12, not like to be harassed online. If you look at the metaverse, for instance, like 96% of women will have to face harassment at one point given, and 99% of that harassment is perpetrated by men, right? So if we took that into consideration, the lack of data on women, regardless of their position in society or how their bodies are built, and the kind of abuse that we face online, if AI is only built on that and the systems do not take that into consideration, it's not only that the AI is not going to be fair, it's just that it's going to magnify any kind of issues and sexism that is already existing in our society.
I don't have much to add to what both Claire and Doreen said, but I think, and we discussed this previously all together, it is important for everyone to understand that, as they said, the data has been trained on existing information that has been inherently very skewed towards male, sometimes misogynist, sometimes produced in majority by male, and Doreen, in a private conversation, gave an example of how women are being discriminated by AI that are used for recruitment, because most of the models that have been trained over have been male CVs of very similar profiles. I also did give an example of when I asked one of the AI that I use to just give a portrait of who do you think, what does it think I look like, based on our previous conversation that are based on work topic, personal topic, and systematically 3 times in a row it did come up with a picture of a 50-year-old white male. So it is interesting to understand that while in some big native AI companies, such as I'm thinking about OpenAI, that did hire 3 female CEO to run apps, to be as CFOs and chief revenue officers, or even Anthropic, that is being co-founded also by women. Even though we do have this good example of big women CEOs at the top in those native AI company, the product are still very much biased towards male, and hence, I think we're all very happy to be able to speak about this today, and the importance of just being aware of that, and just as women being able to be critical and to speak up as well every time we see some type of discrepancy, and as Claire said, to ensure that we are living in a society that is using AI product that is fair to everyone. If we're not able to like tweak in the technology behind, at least we're able to maybe ensure that it's being used in the fairest way possible, and educate as much as we can around this topic.
Yeah, indeed, that's very important for the next generation of AI. And also, as we see, we have very different examples of how AI or the lack of diversity is impacting our everyday usage of AI. So if we want the next decade the next decade of AI to represent the real users and be shaped by diverse leadership, what are the things that we need to change in our policies, in our in venture capital, investment in AI, education, and also in the application, in the development?
I think that certain audits should be mandatory. So this is something that, for instance, the state of New York is launching. So if you're going to deploy AI in your company, you need to make sure at one point given that you will have an audit to like prove that the AI that you use is not biased. And I think this is something that needs to be done like more globally to make sure that the data that you're using, the way you're sorting that data, the way you want to have those results need to be fair. Again, going back to the example of recruiting, it wasn't the main idea wasn't going against women. It was just that they were looking at the people that were making to the C-level in their companies, and they were just white male. So the system was just sorting through to replicate that kind of reality. But by doing that, they were amplifying a bias that was already there, right? Then you have episodes like the one of Brock, where like basically the AI was just doing deep fakes and making photos of women that then will end up being in underwear, which that is another step, and that for me that's a concrete like proof of misogyny, right? So I think that we need to put in places like check and balances like we always have with every kind of technology and industry, right? These regulations like are there in every other industry in the world. Like when you look at food and beverages, they go through audits and health checks, right? When you look at automotive, like they go through that as well. They shouldn't be different for AI, especially with the impact it's going to have in the population in their everyday life, right? So we need to try to understand how we can make those check and balances, I think, available and compulsory for everyone that has been using it, not only by the companies that are creating those LLMs, but also how those LLMs are implemented in companies.
I think I'll bounce back on the example of food and beverages. I and we discussed this as well, but I think it's very important, if we're not able to move things on the regulation side as quickly as we want to, and Claire is 100% right. There is need to be regulation at the source, and that would be the long-term ideal, solution and plan. Something important maybe on the mid and short term would to ensure that we are literate in AI and that we understand who built that AI, who built that model, how it was built, to ensure that companies who, as all companies, sorry, across industries are adopting AI, they are seeking partnerships with companies that are AI native, to ensure that these ones are not biased in X and Y, Z. It could be biased against women, but it could be also just other minorities. It could be some topics. But the importance of just being aware of what you are ingesting as a company and what you are ingesting and consuming as a citizen is important. Just as food has those in France. I'm realizing that now this is not something that the rest of the world has, but in France, for instance, and this is something great about this country, is that we have something called the Nutri-Score on every food. When you go shop in your supermarket and you see that it's basically a food label that tells you how healthy a food item is from A to E. So A, B, C, D, A being really healthy, E being the least. So being able for us to understand if we're consuming a AI or EAI is important within companies and as citizens as well, to ensure that it's not impacting our mental health, it's not impacting how we are viewing society, that it's not politicizing and polarizing population as well, because this is unfortunately one of the big use of AI at the moment by different countries, and as companies are just producing quality products and quality analysis and quality content that they want to develop with AI, that is not perpetrating, as Claire said, all the biases that our society has been suffering from in the past years.
I can only agree with all of that, and I love the Nutri-Score that we can have for AI, the AI score or whatever it could be named. On top of it, and from the question initially, what we could do on the VC side and investment side, it's something kind of crazy that Angela shared with me not long ago, is that for AI companies, investors or BA or advisors are 80% even more male. And I think democratizing the fact that as women, we can invest, we can be advisors in tech, we all know something. We are all an expert at one thing in the cycle of AI. So I think it would be amazing if more of us could be involved, and it doesn't have to be on the business angel side of investing money, but you can be advisor without investing your own money, or you can as well being hired on the board of one company and really lead on a few really important topics when they are, I don't know, analyzing their data or even reviewing any biases, and you can review them with them and advise on how not having them. So I think if we can have more women into those seats, that will really help. And if some of the women that are listening to us would like to be business angels, you have to know that you can be business angels without investing thousands of euros or dollars wherever you are in the world. It could be macro investments that can be done, and of course, some educations can be reviewed and can be given to women that would be interested. But that would be amazing to decrease the percentage and have more balance between male and female.
Yeah, indeed, that's very interesting. And my next question, sorry, is if we want to move from underrepresentation to real representation and real influence, what are the things that women need to do in order to be more present and take power? So how to do it, and what do we call taking real power? What does it represent to you?
I think I will continue what I was just saying, and something that we spoke all together before is to be inspired by other women who did. Sheryl Sandberg, who was past COO of Facebook, really spoke about that in many of her books. Leaning, for example, where she said that men will take a position of power or apply to a position when they are maybe eligible at 40% of their CV, when women, we wait to be at 80 or maybe 100% ready. So I think we are all in position to grasp and enable and empower ourselves to take a bit of this power. And it could be at any scale, whether it's within your companies or externally, and maybe to push each other to do so when you see a position and when you talk with other women, to have this real sorority and be like, hey, you should go for it, no, you don't match the job title or this position at 100%, but you do at 60, so go for it, and whatever can happen, you get to know, and that's not the end of the world, but that could help.
I think I'm gonna just totally agree with Doreen, especially now as we're living through this AI revolution, and as women we're even if it's not a role that around AI, naturally, as Doreen explained, we're very more reluctant to apply to a role. And I think it's super important for women to just be inspired to apply to the roles that are being created within the companies, and just not be intimidated, because it is a super intimidating topic at the end of the day. And there are very, very, very few real AI experts today, even though everyone is talking about it, even though all companies are trying to understand how they should apply within their own scope of work. So we, kind of afraid that this natural reluctance that we have as women to apply for a job is even more, amplified by this super big intimidating topic, and we shouldn't be afraid to apply for those internal jobs, to try to even, skill up ourselves and just take some courses about AI, just read about AI. And believe me, men don't read more than you do about AI, but they still will go for that job on how to be like the next AI lead or program manager within your company. So everyone is learning at the same time. I think it's also a very good opportunity for us because we are, for the first time, I think, almost as educated as men, almost as more present in the workforce as men, maybe not at the top as we wanted to, but it means that we are learning a new topic at the same time. So there is no, reason for us to be behind our male colleague or male counterpart when it comes to being expert in the AI or just, try to lean in, as, Sheryl Sandberg will always say. So yeah, like I would encourage everyone to think about how you can play with AI within your company and just try to position yourself as maybe not a specialist, but someone who would like to take up a role before someone else does. And even on LinkedIn for companies that are not AI native, but go for it, because at the end of the day, if those big companies like OpenAI and Anthropic are hiring women at the top, it's for a reason. And it's because we kind of also have this very good ability to be more empathetic and understand. I don't want to say we're more caring, but there is maybe this natural empathy that we have in ensuring that whatever we do and we apply is for the best. So take that as an advantage and understand also what skills that you currently have are transferable within new roles that are being built around AI, and 100% you have it.
Yes, exactly. I think that it is a very wide and complex topic. I mean, the models of LLM are incredibly technical, so there are very, very few people that are experts in it. And I don't think that you need to be a complete expert to be able to have like your voice in it, right? So you can also try to understand how to apply it in your company. And again, this is like a learning field for everyone. Everyone is testing and learning with AI right now. So it is a good time to position ourselves like as women in this field. But even if you do not necessarily work in tech, but this is a subject that really matters to you, we are, a lot of these companies like Anthropic, OpenAI, XAI, etc., like they are also B2C, right? So I think that if you want to take your power as a consumer and just, demand that the products are better for like 50% of the population, this is a fair ask. And I think that as consumers also of this technology, the more aware we are of the biases and the quality that we can demand, because these ones are man-made, the more we can also be more intelligent with the choices that we make. For instance, I mean, if a simple example, if you need to pay $20 or 22 euros or I don't exactly know the number for each one of the LLMs, but it goes around that. If you decide to purchase the AI that is more, aware of biases and how to actually make it work to make a technology that is fairer to women, then you actually have a voice, right? So I think that you can find different ways to actually take power, but in many ways, you don't wait for for the position to be handed to you. Don't wait for the technology to change by itself. I think we need to be vocal and we need to demand for it to be fairer, because if we look at what has happened before, if we do not take those more aggressive steps, it's unlikely that things will change in the way they need to, especially with a technology that is going at a pace that we have never seen before.
Yes, so we know that AI is a reflection of its creators. And after all what you said now, I think there are lot of things that need to be done. But what is the most critical change that we need to do urgently in order to make AI better representing its users and giving more space to women to be included in the discussion? What is the most critical thing that you could emphasize?
I can go first, or unless Doreen, you wanna go? Okay. I think it really depends on the you have like so many things that you can do actually. I do think that I obviously there are things that you can do individually, but for me, like you really need to push the collective. So for me, like we need to also ask our institutions to take some accountability and to go faster with certain demands and regulations. Like whatever has happened with Grok is, for me, like a disgrace. I'm not going to be lying or say anything else. Like to have a technology that is so widely used to be able to produce these images, not only of women, but also of children, and having to face like a mellow backlash in the sense that, okay, yeah, they take it off, but you know, they didn't even face that many legal consequences. For me, that sets a precedent that is unbelievable. Like, can you imagine if, like, I don't know, a media, like a TV channel would do something like that, would show images of women being stripped naked without their consent and pornographic, like images of children, the consequences of that, how come is that different for AI? So I think that in my point of view, we also need to ask our institution, ask our politicians to really take the stand and, you know, do not be afraid of whatever kind of blackmail in terms of like economic consequences there may be, to really put guardrails, because in certain cases this is going too far. And I think that the force of the collective and the force of, you know, a common force of people that are more and more aware of these biases and what we want for technology to be in the future and how our institutions need to respond, that for me is something that we really need to tackle now.
Thanks, Claire. My point was more on education. Unless you're born maybe 10 years ago, you're not raised with AI. A lot of us, we had to learn a bit on the go as technology was going through. And it's something that Kelly said, that we should be reading and not only, you know, playing with AI, but really reading through and understanding how the AI was built. But education should be done as well when we developed AI, and more universities and school are using AI in their curriculums, which I think is really good. And something that Claire shared to us earlier is that as well doctors are using AI to be literate and kind of recognize symptoms. And what I was super surprised when Claire shared that example is that the AI doesn't have the data to differentiate a heart attack symptoms from a woman to a man, when there are super different symptoms, when a man will have chest pain and a woman will feel more gastric and intestinal changes and pain. And I think that's really important, that yes, we use AI in our education, but as well we know the basics of our jobs and we don't rely on all AI. And we've seen AI being used in all the different jobs, even in tech, but not only. And we want to make sure that we still use AI to be super powered and not the other way around. And when I see interns coming to Scaleway and already using AI, and I always ask them, do they know how to do it without AI? And I think as leaders, we should emphasize this and making sure that we use AI to be super powered And like Claire was saying, not use AI and misuse it with like subjects like stripping down women, like it's unbelievable. But making sure that we still use AI to the best interest for the communities and for ourselves, and to do a better job, but not forget to be literate and not forget to be learning. So it's kind of using AI, learning AI, but still learning to do our jobs the way that we are supposed to and not forgetting steps. I think that's really important.
Thank you both. I think you touched on the two most important points, so I'm not going to add too much. And I do believe that education is the key here, and it's the key within our society as a user, as Dorian explained, for companies and managers and directors and leaders of companies that are not AI to understand how they are enforcing AI application and tools to superpower what they're already doing, but understanding, is it really adding a real added value, or is it derailing from the initial objective of what you're doing within, whereas you're in healthcare, you're in retail, you're in the public sector. So I think education is also super important at the top, Claire. I think it's a shame that we have to wait that those companies, make those huge mistake or create those horrific content for our government to wake up and just realize, if they do wake up, if they do realize that actually we should put guardrails on, and this should be done at the very first step of AI creation. And again, what Dorian said, like if you haven't been born in the past 10 years, it's hard for anyone to grasp the technology behind AI if you don't have if you do not have the educational background that comes with it. So ensuring that our governments, any entity that works around AI regulation or technology regulation is itself highly educated, or work with a researcher to understand, first step, okay, this is what we need to avoid now that we understand what's happening. And because it's a technology, as you said, Claire, that is moving so fast, it is difficult, I think, for any politician even to just follow with what is happening. And I do agree that we need to request that those people at the top stay as educated as they can, because if they don't, why would the society, it doesn't give a good example for the rest of the society that actually consumes those AI product. So I think if we're able to just put in place some sort of standardized educational program at school, at university, as I said, within companies, that will help the collective as a whole to really better navigate those tools and also understand the changes and how it affects the current application of AI, and how it impacts different aspects of society and across industries. Voilà, for me.
Yeah, I emphasize on this. It's always important to keep getting trained and learning new skills. I think it's the basis of working in tech or in every field, and especially in AI. When we talk about AI, we know that it's rapidly evolving. So a lot of technologies are coming, and the key point is to keep learning and upgrading our skills. And since AI is rapidly evolving and changing every day, what is your bold prediction for AI in 2030, let's say? So in a few years, how do you see AI evolving?
This one is a tough cookie. So the prediction for 2030, I think AI will be more and more robotics. We're going to have more and more robots in restaurants, in healthcare, and so on, where we're going to have actual physical help through robots. We're going to see as well AI, I think in 2030, really becoming smarter to help us in our day-to-day, whether it's when you book a train ticket, or you do your daily grocery shopping, where AI is going to get to know you better than you know yourself. It's a bit already the case for people using OpenAI for advice on their personal life and stuff like that. But I think in 2030, we're going to see physically AI around us more and more. So we'll see if that happens, but it's already becoming something that we see a bit more in our day-to-day. And I think it's going to be more than automatic for people to be using AI. We do it already in tech, but in all industries, I think the democratizations and the fact that now it's less educational, it's more having the automatism in your day-to-day. I think we're going to have it more, and maybe even in multi ages. And we'll see, like, my parents were 60 plus years old, they use AI. Sometimes they surprise me using AI, and I'm like, okay. I think in 2030 that's going to be more the case in all generations.
I think that, yeah, totally. I'm pair with you and Doreen. I think that robotics is actually the new frontier. For me, it's also like we are starting to see the impact of AI in the economy, but it's not necessarily completely there yet. I think that until like 2030, we're going to see massive changes in certain like economic structures. I think there's certain models are going to be disrupted. Like in working in tech, I think that SaaS is going to have some issues there. I think that certain jobs will need to rethink to be remodeled, because they were mainly there to produce deliverables like emails, presentations, and things like that. But if you have some like a machine that can automate it and like do it almost better than you and have like 10 presentations within a day, and what's your added value as an employee? Those are like really tough questions, because I do think there's going to be a reorganization in the way we work and the economics of it. So I would say that certain positions will be maybe not necessarily completely destroyed, but at least the number of employees that was needed for a company is going to be diminished by a substantial amount. So other positions will be created, or the new jobs will be created as well. I don't know how fast that will go. I don't know if there's going to be a moment where there was going to be a decrease of jobs, and there would be a lot of unemployment until like the new jobs are getting created. I don't know that, but I do believe there's going to be massive disruptions in the work environment, especially for certain employees in certain positions. Not necessarily only automation like it used to be, like for people that were blue collars. I think that now it's going to be something that's going to also impact white collars. So we'll see. I would say, again, same advice that we've been saying from the beginning. Keep on track, train yourself, learn new skills, because these times are going to be very interesting, but they're going to be very disruptive in a way that we have never faced before. And we are in a capitalist market, right? So, I mean, if the wave is going to come, you need to try to surf it. If you hide or think that, by hiding you're not going to get impacted, that's not how it's going to work. So yeah, curious to see how certain models will evolve, especially the SaaS one, how certain jobs will be evolving, what new jobs will appear. I think it's going to be very interesting, but it's going to go fast, and I hope that this idea of go fast and break things is not necessarily going to be used in that way, because it could have massive impacts for the economy globally.
I know we're almost on time, so I'm going to try to wrap this one quickly. I think what we're going to see that's going to be interesting is how AI will be disrupting industries that historically have not been able to benefit from digital transformation and technology. So I expect the public sector, government, healthcare, and education to really benefit from AI. And I think this is where there's going to be the most disruption in those industries, because at the end of the day, AI is being used to improve productivity. I mean, Clarice said it. Yes, we are in a capitalist society, but it's not necessarily being used to 100% replace what we're already doing well, but it's being used to help us being more productive, so we have the time and room to explore new things. So those new things, we don't know what we're going to be born out of this. But by 2030, I think that we'll be seeing AI way more in healthcare application, and how we do also interact with the government and the administration, which, if it can help make it easier, especially in France, I'm really up for that one. And also how we learn, I mean, there's, for instance, this new startup that just raised 150 million, and just in the education space, that's called Preply, and it's just learning new languages and the AI powered. And that's a sign also. It gives us a good sign of where the society, the industry is going. And I think in 2030, because all of those things will be way more automated, and all the administration and the logistics that we've been doing, manually, will be automated. There will be also more room, I think, for more creative role. And we have a lot of companies right now who are hiring at very, very high salaries, communication specialists, creative directors, even psychologists and philosophers. So they can also make use of the AI in a very more humane approach, as AI becomes just extension of ourselves, and that's what technology means at the end of the day.
Awesome. So to wrap up, I think we still have a few minutes. Since we are opening International Women's Month, what is that one advice that you have received and that you apply and that you highly recommend today to everyone listening to us?
I'm sorry, Kelly, you heard me say it once, but this is my favorite one. It's don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. This has been my go-to advice, and it's really important as a woman to do it. If you really think it's a good idea, or if you want to step forward, don't ask for permissions. You're wasting time, especially in tech when it goes super fast. Ask for forgiveness to have done something amazing, and if you fail, it's fine. You learn something in the making. So that's my advice.
On my end, I would say, keep being curious, learn as much as you can, see what's been done around the world. I am 100% agree with you, Doreen. Do not ask any permission. Just go there, put yourself out there, and also be adaptable, because these times are going to be very changing times. Do not be afraid necessarily of it. But yeah, be ready to be curious and to face changing circumstances. But it's also an exciting time.
So Dorian, I'm going to do the same thing. You heard that one as well last time. But me, the one advice that really helped me boost a bit the way I work in my career is just to trust my instinct, and not be afraid to speak up in a room, in a meeting, to just shout out my ideas, and instead of saying do you think this might be a good idea? Just say, I believe this is what we should be doing, and just being more assertive, while obviously staying respectful of other people in the room and listening. I think being curious, as you said, Claire, is key, especially in tech. And yeah, just don't be afraid to speak up. Keep learning. And just take the space. The space is here in the room. Take it. Talk to people as much as you can, and trust yourself. I think this is something as women we're a bit less good at. So trust yourself. And as Doreen said, what's the worst thing can happen? Someone says no. At least you did propose your idea, or you applied for that job. So go for it.
Awesome. A lot of interesting advice. So I would also emphasize on that. Keep learning, take part of the change, because a lot of things are happening in tech and it's evolving very quickly. So it's very important to keep learning and also participate, be there, bring a chair if there is no chair, and speak up and bring your unique ideas. So this is all we need. Thank you for this amazing conversation. And Angela, I
Thank
give you
you.
the floor. I see that you are back with us.
Thank you. I
don't
hear
know if it's
everything. Thank you for
still
this
loading.
amazing. You hear
So
me?
thank you everyone for joining today.
Yes, we can hear you,
Listening
Angela.
to the
Yeah.
conversation.
So thank you very much. Thank you for this amazing roundtable, for this input and feedback and your positivity. And thank you for your just I always say to all of you, you are a symbol of the sorority. And to all women in tech around the world, again, we're wishing you a powerful, bold, and amazing, and above all, peaceful International Women's Month. Thank you and have a great day. Peace. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I'm on mute. Hello. So I was saying, we have already done quite a few kilometers since this morning, since we woke up. So we started here in France. We went all the way to Central Asia, to Uzbekistan, to Tashkent, where we met the lovely Women in Tech Uzbekistan team. We also visited France. We had our lovely Angela straight from the Eiffel Tower. And now we're going to be slowly moving back to Central Asia, once again, one of my favorite regions of the world, to be going to Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan is this incredible region, incredible, beautiful country that I was lucky enough to visit a couple of times. And before we start the real big session with Kazakhstan, perhaps I'm going to ask some of our members and our global team members to come in and join me as well, to discuss a little bit about, how they see the region. And then I don't know if Assem, if you're already online, but if you are, I would love to have I would love for you to come and join me on the stage for you to present your team and to get ready. Assem. And in the meantime, I know there are many of you watching. I think we have about 100 people watching live every single second. So if you are waking up, if you're going back to bed, if you're on the other side of the world, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, anywhere you are. We have this chat on the side of the live stream. If you have any questions, if you have any suggestions, please join. Please write. We are constantly reading. We're going to be trying to answer them as well. And also we invite you to put out your name. We're going to be giving away free tickets every single hour of our 24-hour world tour. We're going to be giving away free tickets to join us in South Africa for the Women in Tech Global Summit. It's going to be our 5th edition in Cape Town this year. We're going to have all of our chapters from around the world coming together, joining, celebrating for 3 years of inspiration. Sorry, not 3 years, 3 days of inspiration. We started on the 28th of April all the way to the 30th of April in Cape Town. We are going to be, learning, sharing, discussing, building, shaping, laughing, crying as well, getting inspired and dancing, having a very good time growing together, with our community from around the world. I'm lucky enough that I am supported by an incredible, we have over 750 volunteers across the world. We have our global team, we have our chapter directors, 65 chapter directors around the world and their teams. And this is how we make impact. We have managed to make impact, to build together under 4 pillars from education, business, digital inclusion, and advocacy. Our mission is to impact 5 million women and girls by 2030. We're very accountable on that. We do regular reporting, and we have already impacted over 700,000 and growing. And now we're going to be scaling even more and doing some exponential growth so that we can fast forward and fast track all the way to 5 million. And I am lucky that I've got my super great COO that has just joined. Alejandra, you want to come on stage? Please come join me. So Alejandra, she's our COO. Here you are, Alejandra. Yay!
I was joining because I wanted to show I changed now. So
we can't hear you that well.
oh, 1 second, I know why. Give me 1 second.
I'm so happy you got the hoodie. I made this beautiful package for Alejandra. She's a new
Yes,
she doesn't have the hoodie yet.
I was trying everything.
Wait, no, you put this off. Wait, let me put it on. No, it's not working on my. No, it's good.
No, it's
yes, no, it's good.
Yes. Yeah, so I was trying these because I was thinking, well, maybe I'll get to join next, and I should be trying everything. But yeah, it's so exciting and what an incredible turnout so far. And now that I see Angela in the Eiffel Tower, I was thinking we should have just asked everybody, but I won't speak in past sentence because they still have 22 hours, so they can still go. They can still go somewhere and show us where
I
they're.
tell them every single director, if you want to go and show the landmark of your beautiful city, your beautiful country, please welcome. And Sam, she's going to have to go up to the mountains. Maybe she's already up in the mountains. We will see.
Yes,
so we've gone from. So Alejandra, you're the one who thought of that beautiful imagery of the flame, of the Olympic flame.
Yeah, I definitely feel that way. And now that we see it live, it does feel that way. And once we get to introduce these women and everything that they are doing, women and men, because we do have some male speakers joining us and helping
We've
us
already had in
celebrate.
Uzbekistan, yeah, Shafkat.
Yes, we had in incredible with the youth group, and now we're gonna have even more. So it definitely feels like that, and I think just finishing the Winter Olympics is perfect timing for that. Actually, an Olympic where women dominated most of the gold this year, so very exciting on that.
Yes. So one of the Olympics, I think who did the patinage? How do you say patinage? Ice skating. I think the ice skating, the men was Kazakhstan who won, right? They won the gold medal from ice skating. So this is a good segue to present our upcoming chapter that's starting now. So I would like to bring on stage Asem Bolatsan, who is our country director for Kazakhstan.
We will leave I see her, but I don't see her video. I don't know what's going on.
That's strange. That's very strange, Asem.
I don't know.
Okay, so while we try to figure this out, let's see. Let's remove and come back again. Oh, she disconnected. Okay, she's gonna connect again. So from Uzbekistan, have you ever been to Central Asia, Alejandra?
No, so I've been to East Asia, but not Central Asia. But now I think I just have to go because I was reading in the comments, and some people said that it actually sometimes looks like you travel from Uzbekistan to the world, that you are actually in Uzbekistan. So maybe I just have to join you one of these trips and get
You
to.
definitely have to come. You definitely have to come. And it's such a beautiful place, with, and what I love about not just, the one of the countries, but all of the countries together, and then they're so bonded, They're like Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, all the stands there. They're really like one big family. When one comes, and when the chapter opens, so they all came to the opening of Uzbekistan, then all the Uzbekistan, they went to the opening of Tajikistan, and then so it's one big family, and they really, really help each other on, on everything they do, on their programs, on their events, doing the awards. There's such beautiful awards. And Kazakhstan, I think they won last year. It was the number one chapter, I would say, in all of our chapters in Women in Tech. They won the overall performance number one everything award because they did such a great job. Not only are they once again together, they've got this great team. They did impact from events to programs to leadership to financing to everything. They were the ones who really making it happen. So let's see if Assembly can come on stage. Let's see if it's in the stream with audio only. Okay, so
Now getting closer. Now
yeah, getting closer, right?
Yes. I think Asem, if you are hearing us and I can give you a tip, is just when you join, make sure before you click enter studio, make sure your audio and your video is already working before you click enter studio. Otherwise, for some reason it glitches. Luckily Asem has this beautiful team here already, so I see.
Yeah, let's welcome Renata. I can see Renata here. Hi, Renata.
We can't hear you also. Wonder what. Let's try again. Yeah, very low. If you could.
Maybe it's your computer. Yes, we are here. Yes, Sam, you here. But let's see.
You hear me now?
Oh, here we go. Maybe now. Sam, we see you.
Hi. Can you hear me finally?
Yes. Oh, perfect.
Oh, great.
Great to see you, my friend Sam. I was saying how wonderful your chapter is and how you won the overall, like the most all-round performance chapter of the year last year. And that's all thanks to
thanks,
you,
dear.
darling.
Yeah, thanks, dear. So yes,
So I'm gonna be reading you.
yeah, I've heard that you mentioned about the Central Asia, and I carefully listened to about the Uzbekistan and the French panel. So it was very impressive. So we have one more of our active member, Daria. I think she should be here as well. Maybe in. Because we will be, yes, we have only 3 topics from Kazakhstan, from me, from Renata, and from Daria. And today, my topic is about the real impact, because it's very important for our region, and I think for all women in tech over the world, about the real impact, because we're talking a lot about the women empowerment, about the women support. Recently, I had a conversation with the World Bank and with EBRD about that they need to pay more attention on the women entrepreneurs and give real money to them instead of all these non-financing programs, because we are like a women in tech, and all of our NGOs, we can cover with all these non-financing programs because we are not the banks. So that's why they need to to help us to be more realistic in this way and to support the women. And that's why we are talking about the real impact today. And a small introduction about the Kazakhstan. Now we have 45, I think, active members of Women in Tech Kazakhstan, and the big community. I think, in different ways, maybe 2.5K of women from different levels, students, young specialists, C-levels, and so on. And we have our KPIs to make our community more bigger and bigger. But in fact, right now we pay attention more on educational programs, and because for us it is very important. And now I want to tell you about our like a strategy, small strategy of the women in tech in Kazakhstan. If you know about the gender gap index, previous panelists, they mentioned about this index. We are on the 92nd place in the by this index as a Kazakhstan. I think it is quite good. We are in top 100 as we tell. So, and we are. If you know about this index, we have 4 sub indexes. The first one is about education. The second one, if I remember, about the health. And we have no problems with that because we have a good access to educational and to health programs, to medicine of women. And the fourth, it is the involvement in economics. And we have low index here, and we have lowest index in the women in politics. So that's why, for us, the real impact is how we make to involve more women in economics, more women in maybe not in politics, but in economics. It's very important for us. And we think that from our opinion is the real impact is educated women, and we pay attention on this topic very carefully this year. More opportunities to build career, and their happy faces. These 3 points were very important for us because, and we know that based on these 3 points, we can involve in our economics more and more women. It is very important for us. We have some poor statistic about the women in what is about the percentage of women on different levels. But I know that we have more than, for example, 50% of government bodies are women. But we have only 3 minister and yes, and 1 assistant of no, not assistant here. She is a deputy of administration of the president. Only 4 maybe women in politics. So that's why we have a big amount of young specialists, but we have a very big gap to go to the executive level. So that's why it is. And in IT, the same. I think we have a more better situation in fintech and in financial sector. And my colleague Daria will tell about this a little bit later. But in other sectors, we have these problems that we have a big amount of women in STEM, in women in technologies, and in IT companies, we have a lot of girls. But on executive levels, we have only not so many, only maybe 10%, I think. So, and that's why for us it is very important. And now we have, as I mentioned, low index in women involvement in economics. For us, it is the women, a low percentage of women on C-level, on executive position. In STEM, we have 30%, but in startups, we have not so many cases. And we need to make more inspiration and to make more some projects about the career opportunities of women. It is very important for us. So, and I think that we need to make strong community of leaders who can support and pull all our and other girls to the more higher positions. And so that's why now I'm talking with maybe with our medias and so on to make something like a top 100 of tech girls in Kazakhstan, tech leaders or something like that, to be more visible and to be more inspirational and to attract more and more women on executive level. So that's why I think it is very important, and we can do that because as public fund as a NGO, we have not so many power. We have not so many financing, and we are not supported by our government here in Kazakhstan. So that's why we can make only some projects that we can handle, that we can manage, that we can, and for these projects we can raise some money from sponsors and so on. But they will have the real impact, because if we have this conversation with partners and with sponsors right now, they don't want to sponsor only like some events. They wanted to sponsor some impact. And what about the impact? What is your goal? What do you do? What is your final KPIs? So that's why they have a lot of questions. So that's why in this year, we're planning to make several educational projects with the involvement of more and more women from rural areas with the Kazakh language, because we speak mostly Russian, and we need to make Kazakh and Russian mixed activities. So, and with our sponsors, we're talking about that we need to make real impact projects. So it is very important. A couple of words, I think, about the 2025 in general, because we're proud of this year, because it was quite successful for us. And we've made more than, I think, 30 events with the coverage more than 100,000 of women. And we launched 2 educational programs. One of this program is AI for Her. It's a special course, educational course about the using of instruments and tools of artificial intelligence for everyday life of our girls. And the second one is in the partnership with UNESCO, with our UN local region partnership, the women empowerment through the digital skills for women entrepreneurs. It is very important because our region, I think, as a APAC and Central Asia in general, we have more than 50% of women entrepreneurs in our countries. So, and we have a very good partnership with big event platforms. And we have 6 panel sessions powered by Women in Tech. For us, it is very important because we need to have more visibility and so sorry. I have yes, sorry. And we need to have more visibility, and that's why to be on the global stages with my colleagues from different countries, from Women in Tech, thanks a lot. And we made some panels about the Central Asia. We invited very VIP guests, and Ayumi was here at previous year. And I'm very thankful to all of our community who support us in this way. And we have a lot of different projects with universities, and I recommend to all of my colleagues over the world in Women in Tech to have the good connections with universities, because we have a new generation there. We launched some special scholarships with some universities, and we have in one university we have a special space branded, physical branded with the Women in Tech. So, and that's why it is very important to have the good visibility and marketing for us. And as I mentioned before, we try to be more to go deeper in rural areas of Kazakhstan, because we are located in Almaty and we have a chapter in Astana. But finally, we have now we have I think 3-4 representative office in some regions in rural areas, because we need to cover more and more women, and we need to impact more and more women. So the next speaker will be Daria Kairat, and I think Alejandra can support me to invite her in the studio. Yes, and a couple of words about the women in tech active members. We don't call them volunteers because they're active members. They pay. They're very important part of our community because they spend a lot of time, a lot of energy to make some projects free for women in Kazakhstan. So, and before Daria will start her speech about the women in fintech, I wanted to pay attention that we start from today. We start our Women in Tech Spring Intensive. And the whole month, we're planning to make educational online webinars and in different ways with women in science, with students, with C-level, with entrepreneurs, with startups. I think Renato will talk about this later. So that's why it is very important for us because, as I mentioned, for we know that we can involve more women in our economics if we can more women, if we will have more educated women. So please, Daria, the floor is yours. Daria is from FinTech Stream, and I think is very good specialist in finance and active member for Women in Tech. And she will talk about the financial sector and what kind of projects do we have in Women in FinTech. Thanks.
Hello. Выступаю, у меня выступление. Тихо, пожалуйста. Hi, Ayumi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Daria. Now we can. How are you? Everything good?
Yes. Hi.
Where are you from? Where are you staying now? Are you in Almaty, beautiful Almaty in the mountains?
Yes, I am in Almaty.
Great. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daria Kairat. I am a product manager and a volunteer in Women in Tech Kazakhstan. It is a true honor to take the stage at the Women in Tech Who Run the World tour, sharing this global platform with such visionary leaders from across the world. I'm joining you today from Almaty. It's the heart of Eurasia. It's located near the fantastic mountains. You are very welcome to visit our country. It would be an honor to be your guide around Almaty. We are a nation where 89% of payments are now cashless. Our engineers, beautiful ladies working in banks, are building super apps and holding 40% of CEO seats in our top banks. And we are very proud about this number. But despite these numbers, the hardest part for many women in their 40s isn't the data or the code. It's the voice in their head. I know that voice very well. At the age of 35, I wanted to transition to IT very badly. It was 6 years ago. Every morning before I moved into product management, I had this thought: everyone in IT knows how to code. Everyone but me. To me, IT felt like an unreachable universe. I felt an outsider because I didn't learn to code in the middle school. And my background is not STEM. I would look at the 20-year-olds in the office and feel a wave of panic. They are digital natives. They are AI natives. They speak language I thought I'd never understand. I felt like I was trying to join a space mission with a suitcase full of old world experience. But then I approached a mentor, a product manager, for an advice. She helped me to translate my life. She showed me that my years in business development and sales weren't a waste. She told me, your experience with uncertainty, your ability to align people, and your knack for making trade-offs, that is product management. It's just missing the label. Suddenly, the unreachable universe felt like home. This is what she did for me. And this is exactly what we do at Women in Tech Kazakhstan. We help women realize they aren't starting from zero, especially women in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. They are at the very peak of their careers. And we bring together senior members to translate the technical landscape and ensure there are no stupid questions. Opening Postman or drawing your first BPMN diagram for the first time can feel incredibly daunting, but having a supportive community in the room, someone you can simply turn to and ask, that turns that fear into a shared step forward for this woman. Our FinTech stream has empowered more than 500 women. Every month, we organize free workshops with leaders in big data, cybersecurity, anti-fraud, business intelligence, and AI in product management. A great success last year were inspirational meetups with students who are studying finance, who could ask questions from leaders from fintech industry. And we are very grateful for our speakers who could find time during their busy schedule to come to the universities and share their thoughts, what their values with the students. In Women in Tech Kazakhstan, we passionately believe that while being leaders in IT is a privilege, the real goal is to ensure you are not the last woman in the room. My central mantra is lift as you climb. Success is bigger than any one individual. It is about making the journey easier for those who come after. We advocate for a powerful sisterhood where we cheer for one another and use our influence to uplift. This isn't just a sentiment, it is a global necessity. Because when women thrive, the world thrives. By supporting other women to find their courage, we move forward toward a world where horizons are truly boundless. IT is fundamental a team game. A team is at its strongest when every member brings unique expertise, even those members who are not from IT background. The 20-year-olds were AI native and were born with iPods in their cribs. They have the speed and the AI fluency, but we have the judgment and the resilience that only time can build. They focus on how, while we define the why. So be bold. You are not alone. You are not doing this alone. We've got your back. We are here to help you navigate the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daria. Who's going to be joining us now?
I would like to ask to join Renata. She is from Astana, our leader for entrepreneurship stream.
Hey, Renata, how are you?
me? I'm good. I hope you hear me well. Everything is all right with the sound?
Everything is perfect. The floor is yours, Renata.
Thank you so much, Ayumi. I'm literally right now in Dubai, in the epicenter of everything that's going on right now, and I'm just so happy that doesn't matter what kind of politics happening in the world right now, we as the different chapters of 65 countries are actually united on this event. My topic today is the Female Founders Program, acceleration program that we launched just today. It actually started today. Of course, we announced it a month ago. I want to share this experience and why is it important with the global community. And I want to say that if there is other country chapters that wants to join the program or want to have our expertise and want to share that, we are more than open for collaboration. So what is Female Founders Program? Basically, what we see from the statistics, from the world statistics, only 2% of the startups that are 100% founded by different females are getting venture capital. If we are talking about merged teams, for example, one male and one female co-founders, this number is a little bit rising to up to 20%, but it's still very low number. And when we are talking about the venture capitalists and the money that flow into the startups, the basic question why we're asking investors, why is this situation happening? Why you don't want to invest in the women startups? They're just saying that it's nothing about the gender. It's about the expertise. It's about the experience. It's basically women startups are a little bit less attractive for our VC model and business model and so on. And we understand that. Last year, we made a lot of efforts to bring a lot of female founders to the community of women in tech. And what we see from the experience, majority of the startups that are launched by females are all around different impact verticals. So what we meaning by that? So it's different applications or web services that helping people with disabilities, people with mental problems, let's say children, different kids' diseases, when it's about the care for elderly people, educational stream, health tech. Most of the majority of the startups are building around those problems, those values that basically women handle inside of themselves. And of course, when these type of ideas, especially on a very early stage, when there is like MVP stage only, ideation stage only, when they come into investors are a little bit less attracted to invest in the startups. But if we will forget about this topic and we will not support those type of founders, this type of startups won't even exist, right? And that is the horrible situation for the society, because that startups are actually changing the society. That is where technology are using for the best of society. So we designed this program. It started today. It will go for 2 months, and we hope that we will do 2 more cohorts this year, all designing around early stage ideas of females. Let's say you're a very young girl, or it doesn't matter of the age, you're just like very young entrepreneur yourself. You've never had a business or a startup before, but you have this brilliant idea. You don't know where to go with this idea. You need to validate it. So when they apply to us on the first stage of the acceleration program, we accept everyone. Doesn't matter if she is not the only female founder, she's just a co-founder. It doesn't matter her age, doesn't matter her vertical, and it doesn't matter the idea of the startup. We accept everyone, and we provide them for free the different AI tools to validate their ideas. We help them in the different levels, for example, customer development, unit economics calculation, business model, market fit, hypothesis checking, etc. At the end, we are helping them to actually pack the idea into very solid pitch deck. The pitch deck that can go straight to investors, and the investors will see not just an interesting idea, they will see the real business model and the real startup. So something can click in their mind and they can actually start willing to invest. But we are not stopping on that. After the stage of the AI validation of their hypothesis, we are providing them mentorships. And this is where we have this mentor filtering and out stage, where real experts from the market, such as Daria, for example, they're going through the applications and the solid pitch decks, and they're choosing which idea they can really help. They can help with the warm introductions, sales pitch polishing, they can help with the financial model calculation, and many other things that where they can help. After the mentorship, which will go around 2 months, maybe around 5-6 mentor sessions, the startup, by theory, has to be 100% ready for the pitch. And that's where the real game begins. Now we have to chase business angels, angel syndicates, and venture capitalists to actually make them invest in the girls' startups, right? We are creating the platform for that, both online and offline. But the very first one will happen in the beginning of May in Kazakhstan on the stage of GITEX. And just to for all of my foreign friends here, this is the very first year where GITEX actually coming to Central Asia. This is very first event happening. It called GITEX Central Asian Caucasus in Almaty in 4th and 5th of May. And this is the biggest technology platform where investors, startups, mentors, different corporates are coming from all over the world. It's like really big names. And that is the best platform where we can actually organize this kind of demo day. So after the program, these female founders, they already have solid pitch deck. They have very nice experience of pitching. They have direct communication with investors and business angels. They have mentorship support, and they, of course, have our women in tech community support, which gives them a lot of opportunities to actually build their product, build their business, and build their startup outside of Kazakhstan, maybe going out to Central Asia, Middle East, US, Europe, wherever they want to go, because together with Women in Tech community, they can actually find worm introduction worldwide. So that is the overview of the program that we are launching. Our very first cohort is happening right now. We will be sharing our expertise. Currently, we have 82 applications already. And I believe this is a huge number, 82 applications of inspired women who has ideas, who are bold enough to build their own startups, but they just need a little bit of support from our community. So that's it on my side. I would like to invite Asem and Daria and all Kazakhstani gang here to wrap up our session. Everyone who was listening to us, you're welcome to visit us in Astana or Almaty any time of the year. But if you come to GITEX, we would be much more than happy to meet with you.
Can you hear me, Renata?
Yep, perfect.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Daria, are you here? So because we have not so much time, because the next country I think is Mauritius, if I correct, I remember. So thank you so much. Welcome to Kazakhstan, as Renata said. Welcome to GITEX in May, and if you want to have more information about our educational program, if you have extend something in your countries, please get in touch. We are always happy to support of all our sisters over the world. Thank you. Bye. Vafika, you are muted. You are muted.
Thank you so much, ladies, for such amazing insights. It is so wonderful to learn of all the wonderful things that you're doing, working so hard about. Thank you for your time. And I see Daria has come back, so let me just add her to the stage so that she can say her, last. Daria,
so we can
here
have
you
a computer all together. Thank you, Vafika.
Thank you. So now, from Kazakhstan, we're off to our next destination. We're going to Mauritius. So thank you, ladies. I'm going to call Astrid now on stage. Yes. Astrid, yes. And so welcome, Astrid. We're so happy to have you here. Our next destination will be Mauritius, and over to you to introduce your wonderful team members. And we're so excited to hear all the things that you're going to talk about, all the information and the inspiration you're going to give out here.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Africa. Thank you for giving us the space. But I will let Angael, who will do a correct introduction of our country also and a bit what we'll be talking about. Can you just put Angael, please, on stage? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So thank you so much for this space. So good morning or good afternoon to wherever you are around the globe. So my name is Angel Carré, and I'm the event manager at Women in Tech Mauritius. And I'm very honored to represent Mauritius chapter today here with all of you on this global event. So for those of you who don't know about Mauritius, we are a small island nation in the Indian Ocean of the east coast of Africa. So we are also known for our rich diversity, so be it in culture, language, and perspective, but also in the food. So and that diversity deeply shapes the way we build community. So for us on an island, connection is not optional, and it is part of how we grow, lead, and thrive together. So today, during this Women History Month special event, we are witnessing how women from all around the world come together to highlight power of community and support, especially as women in tech. So in Mauritius, we know that lifting each other up is not just a nice to have, it is a necessity. And in a growing tech ecosystem like ours, mentorship, visibility, and solidarity truly makes the difference. So over the next 25 minutes or so, we'll hear from three incredible women from Women in Tech Mauritius chapter about how the community and support system has supported them and made them stronger. So with us today, we have Astrid Dessel, who is the chapter director of Women in Tech Mauritius. We also have Nikita Rissol, who is the community manager of Women in Tech Mauritius. And last but certainly not least, we have Geshna Balgobin, who is the partnership manager of Women in Tech Mauritius. So if they can all join me on stage. So thank you so much, ladies, for your time and for sharing your voices with us today. So I'll wait for Nikita to come in as well.
So as we wait for Nikita, we would love to hear a quick introduction about Kishna because it's amazing. Like it's really nice to see all of you, and though we work so much together, it's always nice to always have this face-to-face interaction and like just a bit quick intro about you till we wait for Nikita.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Gishna. I'm from Mauritius. I'm the partnership manager for Women in Tech Mauritius, and together with the team, we've done quite a number of things, events that we kind of engage with different age groups. For example, we do like a competition for only girls, and this was the first in Mauritius. We did a competition only for girls, and that was called Tech for Ecology, where we engaged with young girls aged 15 to 18 and asked them to solve ecological problems using technology. And last year, we've done Women in Tech Talks and other small event meet and greets where we kind of engage with the community in Mauritius, the community of women in tech. And so, yeah, that's a little about Women in Tech Mauritius chapter and about myself.
Hi, ladies. I just wanted to say a little hi, Astrid. Bonjour, bonjour. And to say that j'adore l'île Maurice. I love Mauritius Island. You know that I worked in Mauritius Island. You don't know this. When I was a student back in South Africa. Oh my God, I was young, and I spent summers there. Every time during university, because I was studying in South Africa, every summer I would go and I would work at Pointe-à-Pitre. C'est bien, hein? Et la Pointe au Canonnier.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We hope to see you there soon.
Yes, I would love to come back. It's almost going to be like, going back to some revival work. And I had so much fun. So who are we waiting for so you ladies get started?
I think we can start, Angel.
We can start? Okay, so I'll let you to it. The floor is yours, ladies.
Thank you so much. So as we wait for Nikita, so as I was saying earlier, we want to talk about community and support system. So I think to begin, it's important to start with a personal reflection. So can each of you maybe share a specific moment when a community or a support network helped you maybe overcome a challenge in your tech career? And what was the moment like? Maybe how did it change your path? So maybe Astrid, if you can start.
Yes, thank you, Angael. I don't really have a big moment where a big defining moment. For me, it's something that happened continuously. You know, life is not a straight line, and especially as a woman, imposter syndrome shows up more often than we admit. There are days where the thought comes in, do I belong where I am? Should I be leading or not? So we are always this type of question. And what makes the difference for me is having a close support system like I have right now. I'm very lucky for that. And through Women in Tech and through people around me, I'm constantly reminded why I'm here and why I started this journey. It's not about someone fixing everything. It's about being seen, being understood, and knowing I'm not alone in my doubts. That sense of community gives me enough strength for hard days. It reminds me that even when I question myself, I still belong and what I'm doing matters. That's it.
Thank you so much, Astrid. Geshna?
It's kind of difficult to choose one specific moment, but I'm gonna try to do that. For me, one defining moment I would say is when 2 years ago I I transitioned from being a site engineer to a role in strategy and innovation. And that for me was kind of a big shock because I came from a very technical background and then coming to strategy. And I was often the only woman in the room. And I was leading projects in areas where I was still learning. Like, for example, I didn't know what a CRM was. Imagine. But then still to kind of manage those kind of projects. And even though I can confidently say that I had the best boss and I had a very supportive environment, imposter syndrome hit really hard. And I was asking myself questions, self-doubt. Am I really worth it? Do I really belong here? Am I equipped for this particular role? Do I have the skills that I need? And at that particular point in time, I was very lucky that I was part of the Afritech community. And at that point, I also had a mentor through the program. And that really helped me because it really gave me the strength and the power to believe in myself to say that, yes, self-doubt is something that is there. Women across different industries, different skill sets, different expertise level, different roles actually have self-doubt, but they still overcome it and they still go out there, thrive and shine, and I can do it as well. So that really reframed my narrative in a sense where I realized that not knowing something does not mean that I'm not ready yet. I can still learn it. And confidence is really about the willingness to grow actually and thrive in that role. And I'm very happy to say that now I got promoted in that role. So thank God I had a community around me that pushed me really forward to thrive in whatever I was trying to do. So, and even that experience pushed me to join Women in Tech Mauritius because it really showed to me what a community can do for a woman. And that is for me the only reason I joined Women in Tech also, because for me, it was about the power of a community, what a community can do to any particular individual. That was for me that defining moment. Thank you.
You're on mute.
Thank you so much, Geshna. So I think we have Nikita with us now. Nikita, I don't know if you've heard the question, if you want me to ask again.
Yes, if you can, please.
Okay, but like while you wait for Nikita, I think one thing that is really striking from the two answers that what? For me?
Hi, ladies. Thank you for this lovely conversation. we were having a little bit of some technical problems, but that's okay. That's because we're all women in tech, so we manage this in real life. So tell us, Astrid, what are the next projects now for Mauritius?
Next for Women's Day, in fact, we are doing an event next week. It's a bit different. It's with another NGO Mauritius called AfriTech. Usually for Women's Day, we celebrate the professionally. And we want something different, celebrate and celebrated. A woman is many things. A daughter, a mother, a sister. So we are doing a bit something different for this day. They can get it.
It's lovely. You know, my best friend at university, and I have a really a good, thought for her. Her name was Beatrice Constantin from Mauritius, but she left us many years ago. So while we were still at university. So a big, I thought of her on this Women's Day, this Women's Month, and to her family. I don't know if they watch, but she's still very alive with all of us. So thank you, ladies. Who's next, Wafika? So who's next, Astrid? Because we still have 15 minutes on your beautiful island, so you can share many more things with us. I'm going to leave you the floor again.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say these little words.
Thank you. Angel, I'll let you continue.
Okay, I'm not sure I logged out, so I don't know if Nikita was able to share about her answer.
No, she didn't. She didn't. So just me share with you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but sometimes I think we are losing you, but I will share a question with Nikita. So the question, Nikita, was, can you share a specific moment when a community or support network helped you overcome a challenge in your tech career?
Okay. So for me, building community also happens at work in small everyday moments. Sorry, can you repeat the question? I think I missed the question, Astrid.
In fact, the question was share a moment that with a community on support network what you have helped you overcome a challenge.
Oh, yeah. So when we talk about community, we sometimes think about organizations or networks. But for me, community is simply the people who are there for you, especially when you start doubting yourself. Let me share a moment with you where there was a time where I was managing work, personal responsibilities, and engaging with Women Tech Mauritius at the same time. From the outside, everything looked good. Events were happening, things were moving, but inside I was tired. I was asking myself, am I doing too much? Can I really handle all this? And one evening I was with one of my close friends, just having a normal conversation, and I opened up about how I was feeling. They didn't judge me. They didn't try to give me big advice. They just listened. And one of them said, you don't always have to be strong. We are here for you too. That meant a lot. And at home, my family kept reminding me why I started. They told me they were proud of me, not because of titles and events, but because I was trying to make a difference. In Mauritius, friends and family are a big part of our lives. They give us strength in ways we don't always talk about. That moment made me realize something simple. Community does not start at work. It starts with the people who believe in you, and when you feel supported there, you can show up stronger everywhere else.
Thank you, Nikita. I think for all of us, what we meant is that community was an important part of our life. It helped us through a few of our challenges we had in life. And on that, I wanted to ask to you now, what action, big or small, do you take to give back to the community? Geshna?
Really about building communities that kind of empower people. Like for me, it's really about creating spaces where I wished I existed. Like for example, when I was younger in my career, I didn't have really a platform where, for example, I would explore what is STEM or what is engineering. Because when I started my career in engineering, I didn't even know what it was, you know. And to really have that kind of guidance and support to say that, okay, these are the different STEM subjects that are there out in the world, and as a girl, you have the right to explore those. So really about creating spaces where that gives exposure, but also spaces that people feel safe, inspired, and really seen and heard. And I think that's what we're trying to do with Women in Tech Mauritius as well. Like I explained earlier, we have the Tech for Ecology competition, which is something a first in Mauritius, a competition only open to girls, and that was not there earlier. And also we have the Women in Tech Talks. So the idea of Women in Tech Talks came just one random Saturday when I came back from TEDx Talks, and I was on the Women in Tech WhatsApp group, and I was saying we need to create something like this for Mauritius, for Women in Tech Mauritius, and it just happened like that organically. It's really about creating spaces that we want to be in, that we want more women to be there to listen, to feel inspired. So it's really about how do we get women to be seen, heard, empowered, and inspired.
Thank you, Krishna. And Nikita, can you share with also you on your?
So, just to add, I just want to share an example. Uh, you know how we help people on in our everyday moments, even at work. I remember a situation where there was a pretty new colleague, a junior colleague, who sent a proposal to a customer and she made a mistake. We already got the confirmation, and when she realized her error, it was too late. So she was really worried how it would work, how her seniors will react, and what consequences it would be. So instead of focusing on the mistake, we focused on her. I told her something very simple. Mistake happen, but what matters is how we handle them. We sat together, managed the situation together. We discussed how to approach the customer, to communicate clearly, and how to negotiate with them. I involved her in the conversation so she could also learn how to manage it herself and not just watch me fix it. So, in the end, the situation was resolved. And most importantly, she gained confidence. She saw that one mistake does not define you. So, what I mean is, this is what community at work looks like. Not blaming, not embarrassing someone, but guiding them, supporting them, and helping them grow through the situation. Because, especially in Mauritius, where our professional circle are small, how we support each other really shapes our culture.
And I think I also want to hear from Astrid, being the chapter director. You've been super inspiring to all of us. We just want to know what is it that you have in plan for Women in Tech Mauritius?
But I will share something that happens quite like 1 or 2 weeks ago. We did a meet and greet event, and to be honest, I was extremely surprised by so many positive feedback we had from people. And what touched me the most was hearing people say they felt safe, safe to be who they were, safe to talk, safe to share their stories, doubts, and experiences. And for me, that's what community is about, creating spaces where people don't have to pretend that they are always strong and confident. I also try intentionally to put forward women who are doing great jobs but are not always visible. Not just the loud voices, but the quiet builders too. Everyone deserves their moment and their chance. And something that matters, what I try to do, I think, with all the members also, is pushing people forward, helping them believe in themselves, stepping out of their comfort zone, and sometimes it's just encouraging them to speak. It's reminding them of their value. It's not about doing a lot of big things, but small actions. Checking, making introduction, creating spaces. I think it's important to make sure everyone have a space to talk, and make sure and make sure everyone feels visible, no matter what we are doing. I think that's it. So, I don't have much time left. I will just ask one last question. It's the Women Historic Month. Can you share with us, Nikita and Geshna, one word that would like to guide you for this month?
So thank you, Astrid, for this question. So for me, one word to guide through this Women History Month will be ownership. Because sometimes in Mauritius, we wait for opportunities, we wait for validation, we wait for someone to choose us. This month, I want us to take ownership of our space in tech, of our ideas, and our leadership. We don't need permission to build. We just need to start and bring others along. Over to you, Gishna.
I think for me, the one word that I would say that would guide me this Women History Month would be grit. And I think that has been part and parcel of my entire journey. It's really the courage to go ahead, to move, keep moving, even when you doubt yourself, even if things are not going well. It's just to kind of keep moving because progress is going to happen. Sometimes it's a painful process, but it's going to happen, and you always have to believe in yourself. And what about you, Astrid? What would be the one word you would want to share for this month?
It's something Nikita just mentioned. It's the word permission. Because so many of us are waiting to feel ready, waiting to feel confident enough, waiting to feel legitimate enough. And I realized that sometimes we don't need more experience, more skill. We need permission to take space, permission to lead, permission to try, even if we are still figuring things out. And I want to remind women that they don't need to wait for someone to validate them. They already belong, and sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is to give ourselves permission. So I think we are not far from finishing. I want to thank Nikita Geshna for being here, for sharing these words with us. As we continue through Women in Story Month, let's remember that every connection, every support system is a step toward a more inclusive and innovative tech future. Thank you all. Let's keep lifting each other. We are Women in Tech, one global voice. Join our Women in Tech Hub. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Sunny Mauritius taught us the power of community because great things happen when people actually come together. So from Mauritius, we travel back to Germany where the weather is cold, but innovation is heating up. Okay. So I'm going to call on stage my dear Noha Salama, the chapter director of Germany. Let me just do that. Hi, Noha. So
Hello,
lovely to see you.
Vika. Great to see you. And thank you for this wonderful event. And speaking about the cold, you're also with us in the cold because you're also a German resident and resident of our wonderful state and Bundesland Bayern, Bavaria. So very happy to be here with you. And before I welcome everybody to our segment, I would like to thank Ayumi and the wonderful global team, the Women Tech Global team, for this huge initiative. Everybody's so inspired. I would like to thank also, obviously, all the directors, all the chapter directors. It's really a wonderful event, and the energy, I can tell the energy. I'm so happy to listen to everybody, all the insights. And and also I would like to say to everybody who's joining us from around the world, a very, very, very happy Women's History Month. It's a very special day today, March 1st. And I'm looking forward to all the sessions. And now I would like to welcome everybody. I would like to welcome all our viewers to our Women in Tech Germany segment. So my name is Noha Salama. I'm here to present the Women in Tech Germany chapter. And we're really thrilled to be participating here. And before we dive in, before we start, I have a special invitation for all of you. You see it here behind me. We would like you to join our Women in Tech Hub. I think you've seen it now multiple times in the comments and on the screen. Also, when you join the Women in Tech Hub, as we've said, as you've seen the link, please join our chapter. And by becoming a member of the Germany chapter, you will get privileged access to our exclusive workshops, to our trainings, to our networking events in Berlin, in Munich, and maybe also in other cities. And if you would like to get involved, if you would like to contribute, you are happy to reach out. I would be very happy if you reached out to us on LinkedIn and also on the Hub. And if you'd like to stay connected, this is really the best way to stay connected with us on the Women Tech Hub. And yeah, speaking of staying connected, our next event will be happening in March. It will be in March 25th in Berlin. And yeah, we will set up the registration page on the Hub. So make sure to join us, to join our group once you've signed up on the Hub, and then you will get a notification from us, and you will be able to attend the event. So yeah, now I would like to. It's really my honor and my privilege to introduce two wonderful and inspiring speakers today. The first speaker will be Nicole Büttner-Thiel. Probably many of you from, oh, there she is. Hi, Nicole. Thank you for joining us. I think many of you from Germany and from outside of Germany know Nicole already. She's a real powerhouse in our tech ecosystem, not just in Germany. She's an entrepreneur. She's an economist. She's the founder and CEO of Merantix Momentum, and she's a self-proclaimed tech optimist. She's the leading voice at the AI House Davos. I also attended one of the events in Davos this year and last year, where she was a contributor and a speaker. Always very energizing to listen to her. Also, she serves as the Secretary General of the FDP here in Germany, our Liberal Party in Germany, where she shapes the national digital and economic future. And as we speak, Nicole is probably on the road attending one of the many events of the FDP. And Nicole, tell us about today. Where are you? What event are you going to be attending today? And what are you discussing today with us? Are you on mute still?
No, can you hear me now?
Now, yeah, now we
now
can
you
hear.
Can hear me. I guess I don't have all the powers. I can unmute myself, but I think you also have a.
We can hear you very well.
A setup for directors. So thanks for the invitation. I'm really actually in a highly energized spot. It is cold in Germany, but it is sunny, and it always gives us more energy when we have a bright and clear sky and thinking about all the possibilities that are out there just for grabs. So yeah, I'm very energized. It's true, I'm campaigning, but I'm also going to be like I spent the week in Berlin, and I was doing actually a women's AI breakfast this week on our campus, our AI campus in Berlin, because this is a topic that has been on our minds for a long time. A community we're building, and where you're obviously also very invited. And today I want to talk about why we need more women builders. I'm going to try to be a bit controversial. I'm going to try to be a bit crass and harsh, maybe. Forgive me, I'm German, so we're kind of not very funny people. We're always like super straightforward.
Nicole, you're trying to fulfill the stereotype.
The stereotype, I'm going to give it to you today. Exactly. So I thought about what is the message I want to bring here. And I thought maybe I need to lead with a message like something, I want more women to become tech billionaires. So, and I think maybe to give you a bit of background on what it is, what I'm doing, and that you don't think I'm a completely crazy person. So I've been part of Merantix for the last 7 years. We're an AI collective. We're building, we're real builders, we're not talkers. We want AI to serve humanity. We want AI to make lives better, to make democracies better, to make schools better, medical facilities better, the production floor, all these areas. We want them to become better. And we think AI is a technology that can be part of the solution. So we started this AI collective in 2016, and we've been thinking about what does it take to really scale this technology and build it in a successful way. And so one place we started was capital. We're on our second fund. I'm one of the 3 founding partners of Merantix Capital. We invest in very early stage founders, B2B, AI-driven business models. Our first startup was actually in women health. So it was about cancer detection, breast cancer detection. The team at Vara has built the best, and we have it ink on paper in Nature and Science, the best algorithm to detect breast cancer. They have expanded with the technology built in Germany across the globe, into India, into Latin America, into North Africa, and so on. So really driving women's health, to give you an idea of like how impact driven we are without, like, let's say, saying we're impact investors. The second dimension we're really interested in is data, real world problems, understanding in which world are we operating. So I started a service business, Merantix Momentum. We serve Fortune 500 companies throughout Europe, government agencies, and we build new business models for legacy companies that have been around for many hundred years in Germany, and a proud tradition, but who need to revisit their business models and build with AI. That's what we do. And then with the third main pillar of what we do, this AI campus and the ecosystem that we build, that's not so much a business model, because it's not such a good high margin business model, but it's essential to what we think will make this work successful, and also what we think makes us special, is a place for community, for people to exchange, to learn, to meet. So we've built the Merantix AI campus in Berlin. There are 100 companies who are residents there. It's a mix of very early stage startups, researchers, big corporates, so clients, government agencies, basically all government agencies in Germany are there, investors, and really to bring together a place where AI can grow and people can grow with AI and exchange on all sorts of things. We have about 100,000 visitors a year, many, many events, very deep tech, very AI, very poignant, sometimes ethics, sometimes safety, sometimes very clearly medical, sometimes very clearly some new algorithm that we know, some new model. So check out the community. We also have a hub in London. So we very much invite you also, all of you who pass through London, come visit us there. And we take this format also to World Economic Forum, to where a lot of decision makers are, in the form of AI House. To give you an idea of like, we really want to, we're on the team of those who really want to take AI and create great things with it. And that's what we do with our different, the different components and the different elements of our alliance. And I wanted to start here today and say, okay, if we all are in the mindset, let's say our common goal is that we have more female tech billionaires. How would we go about this, and how would we do this? And maybe also, why do you think this is relevant? Maybe you don't want to be a billionaire. I'm a businesswoman. I also like economic success. It's not what drives me primarily, but why do I think it's important for us? And why do I think it's maybe good for a few women if they become tech billionaires, but I hope it will be many. But why I also think it's good for us to do this. I think AI is not just a tech wave. It's infrastructure that we're building. AI is the infrastructure, is the operating system of the next economy. We see this already, that a lot of the things, how we think about business models, how we think about work, how we think about even democracy, right? And how we get information, all these things. AI is at the center of it. So AI isn't a feature, it's the infrastructure of the next economic era. And every infrastructure shift creates new winners, those who build it, who govern it, and who finance it. And we've seen this, the Vanderbilts and so on in the US, when we had the railroads and all these different infrastructure layers. We could all be doing a history lesson now. And so a big part of thinking about how can AI serve us all is who controls the value layer, who controls the infrastructure, who controls these things. So if women aren't building, women aren't owning. And that's why I put this very, let's say, bold or poignant goal out there, and you're wondering, is that really the goal, to have female tech billionaires? It has to be our joint goal, because that will be the result of women building. Women will be owning this stuff. And I think that should be our joint goal. And when we look at AI adoption today, I think the urgency, when I look at charts, there are gender biases or we see differences between rates of adoption. At least I don't know all the global numbers so well, so sorry for coming maybe not so prepared, but when I look at the European numbers, there is a dramatic difference in AI adoption between males and females, and that's something we need to address. Because if we're not in that space, if we're not swimming in that ocean, we can't be building there and we can't be owning this infrastructure. So this is really, really, really important. And especially when we look at, you all know these McKinsey studies, that generative AI could add as much as, 4 to 5 trillion annually from use cases alone, and north of 8 trillion in total annual economic benefits when you look at all the productivity effects. And so that quickly shows us sort of whenever these value pool shifts, the people with capital and with networks and with leadership capture in a disproportionate way this upside. And I think then the real question becomes, who is positioned to capture that upside? And I want it to be women. And that's why I think topics like the STEM encouragement topic, this isn't just a nice to have topic that women do more science. It is also ultimately an ownership topic. Because the more people are building, the more people will be owning. And I really want women to be well-positioned, and that's why I say it so boldly. I want a lot of women to get really rich with AI. I don't just want it to be the guys. And yeah, we also have to look at the league. We have basically, women are underrepresented in the AI talent pipeline, and especially at the top. Way too few. We look at when we look at estimates, we have and you probably have the better numbers, right? But we have, we can do better. We're at a quarter of AI talent globally, way fewer in senior executive AI roles, right? In Europe, it's dramatic. And I think this isn't just this isn't a confidence gap, women can do all this. I mean, I don't have to tell you, I'm preaching to the choir, but I'm thinking of it, there is a gap in access to compounding. And I think that's something we really need to address. Because if we don't have the talent pipeline, then women will just be fewer, and we will have less access to owning and to compounding this ownership. And we all know that the wealth creation, right, has something to do with talent, it has something to do with capital, and it has something to do with distribution. The talent angle, right, when we look at, we need to get more women into this talent pipeline. Women must be builders, product, data, applied AI, domain AI. There are many different ways to do this. We need to be very vocal. We need to tell women about this. but also the capital angle. I'm also speaking here as one of the founding partners of Merentix Capital. Women must also be owners and investors and investor capital, and be it on angel level as syndicates, LPs in funds who invest in funds, partners in funds who make allocations decisions, or boards and companies who make allocation decisions. All of these layers are important and essential to shift this narrative and to shift in the right direction. And when I look at, there are many things that make me hopeful, and there are some that make me, where I'm like, not so hopeful, right? When we look at the big wealth shift, right? A lot of the big asset managers are talking about this. A lot of the wealth will be also through inheritance, will fall into female hands, right? In the next decade or so, there will be a great wealth transfer. And now all of a sudden, a lot of these wealth managers are discovering women and thinking, oh, wait a second, they all have all this money, so maybe we need to look after their interests. So that gives me hope, because then I think, okay, in the end, money can give you this power to make those allocation decisions and to help pay into this agenda of creating more female tech billionaires. So that gives me hope. At the same time, I work in the VC industry, and I see there's just a small percentage of women who are actually partners in funds, and an even smaller percentage actually sit on IC and make these investment decisions in investment committee. So the percentage of women taking some of these allocation decisions into early stage startups where technology and AI, right, that's one of the places where it's been created, is just too low. We need a seat at this table, right? And we need to be, we need to be aggressive and vocal about it and try to push other women into those positions of power and decision making wherever we can. And I'm trying to build this ecosystem, with Women's AI Breakfast. I think what Women in Tech is doing is fantastic. And I would encourage us to have the audacity to be more poignant with this goal and say, yes, that also means we want the money and we want the power, and to grab it wherever it needs us, right? We're all very good at gardening, and then somebody else takes on the prize. So I think we need to change this. And I think also when we talk about distribution, this means women must control routes to market, procurement, partnerships, platforms, all these things that we know matter when we take products and startups and companies to market are essential, and we need more women in those positions. So if I had to say, and then I don't know, maybe we'll discuss a little bit, if I had to say, what's my call to action here is like, pick your power role for the next 12 months. Think about, in the AI economy, you can be a builder, you can ship stuff, you can be a buyer, you can procure stuff, you can procure from women. You can be a backer, you can invest in a fund, you can invest into allocators who are taking those decisions on your behalf. You can be a boss, you can start a company, you can lead. You can be a team lead, you can lead in the direction and fill, for example, talent pipeline and so on. Or you can bridge, you can build networks, you can build platforms for other ones where people can meet, exchange, build these networks of power. And for me, it would be great, right, if everybody in this, during this Women Empowerment Month and, around the Global International Women's Day and so on, thinks about what is my role and what is my measurable commitment that I want to achieve this year to take one of these power roles. What are the steps that I can move closer to it? Because to be honest, I'm going to be, I don't know, I'm going to be a bit harsh. I think participation is not a goal in itself. It's nice to participate, but I think shaping is. You're participating to shape, and ownership is. Right? You want to have the agency to also shape and be an agent of change. And I think that should be the goal. And I just want to give all of you the courage and the audacity, and I don't know, some men call it being aggressive, whatever it is, that you say, I'm going to think about what that is for me, and I'm going to grab it by the balls and just take it. not going to ask for permission. I think that's sort of where we need to be, and to make an invitation also, I shaped this community, the Women's AI Breakfast in around Berlin. We're doing also breakfast in London in 2 weeks in our AI hub, so check out, I think if you check out my LinkedIn or if you write to me, I can send you an invitation also for our hub in London, where we create these spaces to get the women in the room who want these power roles, be it as a founder, be it as a funder, be it in their company to build stuff, in the various, be it on the talent side, on the education side. We bring together this community and create the space to strategize about how to take those roles, and how to really create meaningful ownership. And so, yeah, a very invitation really from the heart to come participate in this, and to be a guest at the Women's AI Breakfast. We also have a LinkedIn group in Berlin or in London. We will also be at World Economic Forum again next year. We also have invitations and we'll curate events across Europe's tech conferences. So we're just discussing how we can create these spaces at various tech conferences. So I hope I see many of you and we have these conversations and really funnel and target our energy towards this. Yeah, I hope it didn't trigger too many of you, but I just really think ownership is so important, because I want, ultimately this will shape also in which direction we develop solutions, on which problems we focus on, right? Ownership also means an effective governance structure, right? Because shareholders are big stakeholders in this game. And I want more of women to be also shareholders and owners. And through that effect, also governance and change in the tech world. I think there are so many opportunities out there in many sectors, education, healthcare. I have 2 little kids. I think we can build a lot of solutions that will make our lives better. And I want women to be in a driver's seat there. Yeah, so that's my message this morning. And I don't know if there are questions or if we want to chat a little, or if the speaker after me, I was probably too fast, but is here already.
Yeah. Nicole, thank you for all these insights, and also for the invite to all your events. I didn't know that you expanded in across Europe. So yeah, now I heard about your AI breakfast event, not only in Germany but also in London. So for everybody, for all our viewers globally, if you're flying to London, yeah, make sure to join Nicole and her team. Yeah, so I have so many questions for you, but unfortunately, yeah, we don't have too much time, and I also want to give the opportunity to the viewers to ask questions. But yeah, maybe one or two questions. So yeah, your career and your Vita is so inspiring, and as you said, as women, we should be more aggressive in the sense of not asking for a seat at the table, or not asking to join, but just we should capture what we want and go after what we want. Be it I want to be a builder, I want to be a there are so many ways we can participate. So I'm also wondering about the other side of the coin. So in your career, was there a defining moment, or probably many moments, where you doubted yourself, where you doubted the direction, the journey, and what helped you push through these difficult times, and what helped you stay on track, or maybe also correct your track?
Yeah, I think that's an important question. You're asking an important topic, the question of right, and that's something as a founder, you're always thinking, are you the only one who has the idea? Are you just the only genius and nobody else gets it? Or are you the one in the room who has it wrong? Right? there's often this moment, do you just need to fight harder, or do you need to actually back down and learn and listen to other people? I think this is a tension that is, and a fine line to always walk, right? Especially when you're at the forefront of some domains and, you know, you're also educating, you're trying to push the boundaries of what is possible. That will be a tension that will arise. And I've tried to build teams and have people around me that I can have this conversation with very openly. And of course, I was thinking, am I the right person to carry my company through this? Am I the right person? Am I really the person, the investor who can help this founder the best, right? It's always, you can always ask yourself, are you the very best to do this at this point in time? But, you know, I think there's a lot of power in also saying, I'm here and I will do it. There's always what woulda, shoulda, coulda. But showing up and then saying, okay, but I'm the one who's going to do it now. Right? Not talking about it, but doing it, not having a big mouth, but actually just showing up and doing what is needed. And maybe you fall short a bit, right? But you've actually done it. That accomplishes, I feel, so much more. And that also gives me peace of mind. And I always think of, there is a saying in Germany, but I don't think it works in English. I'll translate it. I think
I'll help you translate it.
Yeah, it means everybody else is only cooking with water.
Ah, yeah.
So es kochen alle nur mit Wasser is a German saying. And I think, you know, that can be, I sometimes go back to this moment. I actually heard the sentence at the first day of university. And, you know, they were saying like, ooh, you know, all the professors were like, this is a super competitive program. Look left, look right. Only one of you will be here in like a year, right? Everybody was like, oh my God, this is going to be super difficult.
What program are you referring to?
My university, my undergrad university program. So it was a very competitive program. And, you know, there was a lot of competition and a lot of people didn't make it through year one. But then there was one guy who got up on stage and he was, you know, he said, you know something, we all know the world is competitive. There's a lot of stuff, but you always have to remember everybody only cooks with water. And I think sometimes there is something quite decompressing and just think, yes, also everybody has 24 hours a day. Everybody cooks with water. Nobody here is like a superhuman. So just showing up and doing your thing, that has given me, I think of the sentence a lot. And I'll say, yeah, but at the end, like, you know, is that really so much better? And, you know, the more you advance from room to room and the bigger you think or the more important the boardroom becomes you're in, the more you realize the sentence is very true.
So I think if we can sum it up, what needs to be done, you know, when things get tough, when there are hurdles along the way, it's perseverance. It's perseverance in every profession, in every domain, and in any job. We need to persevere, and if we don't wait for somebody else to believe in you or to push you. You need to push yourself, and you need to be your own coach and your own motivator. I think
that's part of it, but that doesn't mean, so my career would not have been possible without the people around me. So I think it's really good to get your own girls gang together and of people who will cheer you on basically no matter what. I think there is value in that. I wouldn't say I'm a lone wolf and I did it all by cheering myself. I think there is great value in these communities, just like Women in Tech, just like the Women's AI Breakfast, of people who will stand by you, who will give you honest feedback, but who will always give you strength. But still, right, there is something like getting strength and then having confidence, right? It's like, yeah, always remember, people out there, they're all human.
Yeah, that's the beauty of our community, of the Women in Tech global community, and our local, and also locally in each chapter, and in our workshops and our events. So we just celebrated our 3rd anniversary. Women in Tech Germany. We just celebrated it at the premises of AWS here in Munich. And we conducted a workshop on career planning. And, you know, listening to the participants and getting their positive feedback and seeing their enthusiasm. It really it's so wonderful and energizing, and it makes us continue because we know why we're investing our time and energy. So yeah, also what I wanted to ask you, Nicole, so in this transformational day and age, what do you think? What responsibility do leaders like you and other leaders have in order to ensure AI is built ethically and also inclusively? I participate in a lot of panels on this topic of ethical AI, inclusive AI. So what's your view? What can organizations and leaders?
That's leadership at the end, right? And I think thinking about, just the way you think about your team, do you want to shout out single people for things that they did well? Or do you want to shout out teams and groups of people for how they lived values and strengthened what you're trying to build in terms of values and product, right? There are always these differences in how you create organizations and what do you incentivize and how do you talk about it? And I think that's a really important aspect. And yeah, ultimately at any position you're in, I wouldn't say it's only leaders. I think in all the positions you're in, as a builder, as a buyer, right? Everything you do, you have agency. And you can use this agency to affect change, sometimes, by choosing products from one vendor or another. You can probably find somebody, a female-owned business who does things if you really want to do that. You can probably find, you can think about which mistakes do you not want to do? I think this debate shouldn't be, let's say, too black or white, because I think there will be mistakes. We're all human. There will be mistakes made, but I think it's really good to get your priorities clear. And I think that's the role of leadership. But I think that's also an invitation to everybody to think about which mistakes do you not want to make, right? What are the things you want to get right, and you're going to put extra effort into getting right? There's going to be stuff. It's like raising kids. You're going to make some mistakes, but you're going to try. I try at least to say, okay, there are a few mistakes I don't want to make, and I want to get this topic right because it's important to me. And I think it's important in building this tech ecosystem and the products and the operating infrastructure of the future.
So, Nicole, speaking about mistakes, what's one misconception about AI people in general have, or leaders maybe still have, and what we need to unlearn?
That AI can fix everything that we humans messed up.
Or maybe
so
that
I think
AI...
some of the things that are going wrong in the world, they're not going wrong because of technology, they're not going wrong, because a lot of things are going wrong because humans are not changing their own behavior or changing the way we're interacting. And that's something that AI cannot fix for us. That's a debate and a discussion we have to have, human to human, or maybe human to agent and agent to human. There can probably be AI in the loop, but ultimately it's something that only we have agency over. And I think that's a misconception to kind of throw a glitter gun of AI at everything that's going wrong. I think it can be part of the solution, don't get me wrong. Making good education more scalable and more personalized. Yes, AI is a good tool, but looking at women's health, if we just don't value women's health, AI isn't going to magically fix that for us. We need to set that priority, and then we can put the tools to use. And those are the hard discussions we need to have human to human.
Yeah, and you also you gave us a very good example at the beginning of your talk related to women's health, which is very important as well. Nicole, it's already 12:33. I know how busy you are. I know you want to get back to your event. So really, I really appreciate your participation. Thank you so much for your energy, for your inspiration, for all the insights. And let's get together, Women in Tech Germany, with your team.
Yes,
and
that's good.
we would love to to attend your events and also organize insightful events and workshops and trainings together
Let's
for
do
our
it.
community. Thank
I
you.
love it. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Have a blessed Sunday. Bye.
Have a lovely day.
Bye. Thank you.
So yeah, now I would like to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Anna. She's the CEO and founder of Yuna.ai, and she's the forefront of AI-driven fashion technology and was recently recognized as a finalist for the Digital Female Leader Awards. I'm keen to hear all about it. And she brings a unique perspective on how AI can revolutionize traditional industries. You know, here in Germany, we have a lot of traditional industries. So she will tell us how AI can revolutionize and will revolutionize these industries through innovation and sustainability. Hi, Anna. Welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Hello, hello, Noah. Thanks for the invitation. Very happy to be here.
Very excited to have you. And today you are in Berlin. You're joining us from Berlin.
I'm at home. I'm in Berlin, and yeah, joining you and us from here.
That's great. So tell me, Anna, what would you like to discuss today and share with us, share with our viewers from the whole world? The whole world is listening to you today.
Yeah, I prepared a little presentation. I don't know if I can share that, but I want to talk a little bit about my journey, and I hope I can inspire some women outside in the world to never give up and believe in your dreams, and you can build anything what you want.
Yeah, I'm sure you will inspire many of our viewers, because I know that in our global community and also locally in Germany, there are many female founders, many startup, not just startup founders, startup CEOs, scale-up CEOs. So yeah, it's great to listen to your insights. So yeah, without further ado,
Anna, please, this is Alejandra from Women in Tech. If you want to share your screen, just please go ahead and we'll bring it onto the stage.
Okay, let's see how to do that. Bildschirm
All right.
This is German. So now, do you see it?
Yep. Yeah, I'll bring it right in. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandra. Yeah.
So should I just take over, Noah?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and talking about me and what I did in the last years. First of all, I would like to present myself. I'm Anna. I'm one of the co-founders of Yuna.ai. Yuna.ai is like an enterprise twin autonomous platform for product creation companies. So I have 3 kids. I think this is the first inspiration always for everyone. I got just a baby 2 years ago, and I've been building the startup. Meanwhile, I'm a serial founder. I founded other companies before together with my co-founder. And yeah, and today we have been building this amazing product, which I want to talk about, and my journey to being a successful founder. So that's me. I was like 15 years, I think, a fashion designer. I worked very manual. I was very creative. I loved drawings, and I worked in several big fashion companies. Same, I have been founding my own small brand. But what I found out is, meanwhile working in these companies, or with also with my small brand, that it's not efficient. There's a lot of work inside, all the designs. It's not sustainable, as you might know, and that means 70% of the products which are coming to the market are not sold. Why is that? Because we need 1 year to create these products. We need a lot of prototypes. We need all this time to analyze trends, all this time to analyze our own data, and until we come up with this product coming to the market, after then also production, it's 1 year gone, and the trend is also gone, what we analyzed 1 year before. So I thought it's horrible. I cannot keep working in this industry. That's I actually left working as a designer. I came back and launched my own small fashion brand, and I wanted to change everything with this brand. But I felt I felt limited, because as a small brand, what could you change? I could try to work with more sustainable material. I could try to work with different technologies, but I cannot change the world. I could not change this whole industry to do to work differently. So this is when I changed the whole brand for in the beginning. I started to work with AI. How I did that? I went back to university. First, I went and studied IT economics. And meanwhile doing that, I came into data science and I came into business intelligence. And I understood data is the important thing what we have working with AI. And then 2019, we did our first AI fashion show sponsored by Microsoft in Berlin. I think it was the worldwide first fashion show what we had. And yeah, but still in my label. And then we thought, okay, what could we do to change this, to work different? And here you see the fashion show sponsored by Microsoft 2019. What can we do to work different and really change this whole industry, or the whole kind of working what you do in fashion companies? We founded Una AI. So the fashion label was called Unique. And we thought, oh, how could we call our technology, which can help all the companies change? And we said, it should be a woman, so it should be Una. So Una AI was founded. And the goal what I always has is we have to combine data and images to create best-selling products in seconds. That means less time, more efficient, better products, better calculated products can come out if you analyze really data and bring this together with images. Everyone in the beginning was saying, that is not possible. What you want is not possible. You cannot never combine data and images and bring best-selling products out. But we never stopped. I never stopped in the belief. I never stopped to believe that we can make this work. And of course, in the beginning, technology was not that involved. I mean, we used GANs, and then we entered into the whole Gen AI phase. And it was a very difficult journey with ups and downs. One moment, I think I have to get a charger for my computer. And then I'm back. So sorry for this. Naja, I keep going. I hope I stay online. Yeah, we founded the startup and we kept going. So what we recognized first, a real problem what we had. This is actually an image what I found on LinkedIn like a week ago and shared it with my team. The people who think they understand AI, there are a lot. People who really understanding AI are less, and the people who really use AI are like really few people, as you see here. And we noticed that coming to all the companies, especially in the DACH region, it's very difficult. It was very difficult for us to come in with innovation, to come in with something new, to make people trust in the DACH region, in companies here in Germany, for example, to trust AI. So it was a real fight. And luckily, Gen AI and OpenAI and got through OpenAI and Gemini and all this movement got more known. But still, I mean, this is an image. This is an image from like 1 week ago, and we still face all this movement around AI, which is not like we all want to work with AI. it's not like that, right? I mean, we're all in our bubble working with AI, but I mean, it's very hard to come into companies and tell them, we structure your data, we know what you have to do with your data, and then we can build you something where you really have a benefit from and work with it. It's very difficult. So, but we keep fighting. We already have customers, and it's bit by bit, people are understanding what I can bring to them. And that was a big struggle for us in the beginning. But I guess then longer AI is in our mind, and then longer AI is also usable day by day, people get more used to it. Another thing what came in my way or on our way is that we had to build a team. Yeah, just seeing this comment here. I have to laugh. AI, we had to build a team. So it was hard from the beginning to find the right people. Of course, I have my co-founder. He is always on my side. I founded already other companies with him, but we cannot be the two people founding a startup. So we brought in other co-founders that didn't work out. So we had to fight this through, or we had other people in the team which was not working. So that was also up and down, but we never gave up. We are here. And I think we have now a team. Some of them are already with us since the beginning. And I think we have now a very cool team. We are looking for a growth hacker right now, if you know one. Yeah, so that was another hurdle. And I think that is also for a lot of startups a thing. I know so many people who closed their company because they couldn't find the right people. You have really keep like hiring or like with the open eyes all the time to get the right people on board, because if not, one wrong person in your team can cut the whole team down and everything goes down. We already had this too. Then we had to build everything up, and this it's really important that you have the right people, and you never give up. Through all this time, you have to believe in yourself. You know what you build, and you have please never give up. So it's anyhow my suggestion for everyone today. And what do we have today? We didn't give up. And my co-founder, he was a biophysicist before. We have been an autonomous system, which works like an enterprise twin and takes perfectly data in, automatically generates products, and gets validated directly what is the best-selling product, and brings this to the market straight here through e-commerce assistance, or like directly to production. So it's like, if you imagine, it's like a own digital company, autonomous working and learning, and can make this industry so much better. This is very important for everyone to understand. I thought about if I leave this in 6 leave days, but I left it in because I get a lot of then they take our jobs. That might be, but maybe also you have to work with AI and know and get all this knowledge in to stay in your job. That's what I think, because we are on a transformation phase, and every company has to figure out how they work, and still we need people in between all these agents to manage a little bit. But what I really see here is that the industry can shift. Smaller brands like iWars or even Mittelstand. I don't know if this wording exists also outside of Germany. Like smaller companies can really build up their companies as would they have like 20 more employees. I think it's a huge chance for smaller and middle-stand companies to work with it. And then I really believe that they grow and scale faster than any corporate and big company in the world. And that makes me really happy, and I'm working towards it. We are collaborating with several PLM systems because there's the data, and this data can really be used for like perfect best-selling product creation. And it's not only for the fashion industry; it can be used for every industry, and that makes me very happy, because in the beginning when I was talking about, nobody believed that we can do that. Nobody believed that we combine data with images and bring out best-selling products. Now here it is, it is possible with agents. They work together, learn from each other, and can analyze data in the perfect way. They can analyze trends, market data in seconds, and can bring out products and validating these products in seconds. I think it's amazing. Now I would go back and launch my own fashion brand again, and would really show how we as two persons in a brand can scale like a huge company with 40 employees. Yeah. And this is also what we talked about before, what Nicole said. I mean, we have really to leverage AI and understand what can it do for us and what is not possible to do. We're also doing consulting a lot and having a looking a lot of the processes of companies. Every company uses a different structure and is different structured, but it really motivates me to help all these companies be more successful and have more benefits than before. And everybody has also to understand, especially in the fashion industry, that this systems like that, technology like that, are making them more sustainable. Because if we build better products which are really sold, we have less overstock, and we have less products which are like coming to the Atacama Reef. I don't know if you knew this, if you know these images from this Atacama desert, as it's called, and you can really benefit from it. And I really loved Nicole's speech also about that too. And I saw also she talked about adoption of AI in between female and male, and I saw that of course male are adopting AI faster, but we can do that. It's super easy. Look at me. I was a fashion designer before. I entered into studying IT economics. I understood the power of data, and now we have been building an autonomous system which is working like a digital brand of an enterprise. And I believe everybody can do that. So, and this is me today, coming from where I came from. This is our team. We won like not only Digital Female Leader Award, we are part of Google Startups in the AI First program. We have been winners of the Audi Pitch competition. We have been part of Techstars, part of 10 More In, or a lot of awards. I'm really happy about, and I'm also think it's good to show to the outside where the women can reach to. And yeah, I'm really happy to do this now. And I enjoyed every part of our journey. It's also something, embrace the difficulties or critics or anything which seems bad. It's always positive. Embrace it, go through it, learn through it. And then you come there where you stand today. So that's it. Thank you.
So inspiring, Anna.
Very happy
Thank
to
you,
have.
Anna. Very inspiring.
My battery is a little bit low. I hope I can stay here, but it's
That's
Sunday.
okay.
My computer wants to sleep. It's Sunday.
It will survive. So, yeah. By the way, Mittelstand is the mid market. I would translate it as mid market.
Yeah, mid market. Yeah. Yeah.
So you already answered some of my questions, some of the questions I was going to ask you. But yeah, you already answered them because you are a fashion designer. You started out as a
I was.
You
I would not.
You were, yeah, okay. You were.
Or maybe I'm a modern fashion designer. Maybe designers turn out like founding AI companies. They could also be.
I think it's fascinating how you transformed yourself and how you reinvented yourself, and I think it's very inspiring also for our viewers, because I'm sure that we have so many community members who are working in other domains and who are thinking, oh, I would love to get into AI, or I would love to get into cybersecurity, and maybe they're doubting themselves or thinking, how can I do it? So what were your initial thoughts when you reinvented yourself and when you transformed?
To change something. My motivation was always to change the system, to change the way how we work now, to make it better. not only the sustainable part, which is also big in fashion industry, also how we work. Designers are drawing machines. I wanted to bring something different in and just wanted to change the system. And I thought, as a designer, I have not the capacity to do that, and it was always motivating me. And since I was in this IT economics and understood the power of data, I really wanted to bring this together and build a system which makes us like that, creating best-selling products. It's my vision today.
It's your mission. So
Yeah.
what leadership skills, or what skills in general do we need today, and also moving forward, maybe in the next 5 years? What skills will matter, will be essential to be successful in order not to become obsolete as a builder, as a leader? Yeah.
I think a lot about it. I was also part of this 10 More In program, everybody might know, in Germany at least. I think you should be authentic. I always try, in the beginning, I tried to be somewhere else. I think you should be authentic and still remind yourself always in the company. It's all about the company. It's not a personal matter. So this is what I learned. So don't be authentic. I mean, I'm a very open person, also I think kind of nice and love to laugh. So, but always think you can be like yourself, but always think if you're building a company first, right? So strict and authentic, maybe something like that, or like a mixture.
Okay, I see we only have 5 minutes left, and then we have to hand over to the next chapter. So Anna, thank you so much. I know how busy you are. It was a real honor and a privilege to have you here today. I wish you a fabulous Sunday afternoon, and also looking to having you as one of our speakers in Berlin at one of our Berlin events.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Thank you, Noha, and hello to everybody in the world, and wonderful Sunday to everyone.
So I would like to thank Nicole. There's Alejandra.
Hello.
Hi, Alejandra. Hola. Before I hand over to Alejandra and to the next chapter, I would like to thank Nicole. I would like to thank Michelle for their contribution, for their inspiring insights. You've seen now that our technology space in Germany and the ecosystem is really being built and being shaped by these visionary leaders. And I want them to be an inspiration for all of you, locally and globally. So to our audience, if you were inspired by our session today, don't forget to join our Women in Tech Germany chapter and the community on the Women in Tech Hub. And again, as a member, you will get privileged access to our workshops, to our trainings, and you will find out about everything which is happening. And also very honored to be building a delegation to represent us, to represent Germany at the Global Summit in Cape Town. Yay, very excited about that. And looking forward to seeing you at one of the next events in Berlin and Munich. I wish everybody, all the viewers worldwide, an energizing and inspiring session. And thank you, Alejandra, and thank you to the global team.
Thank you so much, Noha, and thank you for bringing such a wonderful team of speakers. Really inspired by Anna and by Nicole, and all the groundwork that they are doing to make sure that the table where women belong just gets bigger and bigger. So thank you for putting these amazing speakers together and all of the work you do in Germany. And yes, just like you mentioned, Cape Town, now we have our amazing team from South Africa joining us. So I'll let you go, Noha, thank you. And I will present you now our beautiful team from South Africa. Thank you so much.
Greetings to South Africa.
Yay! So let me
Cape Town, we're coming.
Yes,
We'll be
Naha,
there
I
to do
can't wait to welcome you
very
very
soon.
soon in
Hey,
April.
Melissa!
You
Yeah,
all
very
get to
excited.
see a beautiful view of our Table Mountain at the
Wow!
Global Summit. So very excited to welcome you all. But yes, such a great. I've been watching it since the beginning, and such an inspiring lineup we've had already. Very varied conversations. We've had youth, we've had our allies, we've had amazing speakers from AI and all these amazing chapters really bringing the energy. So hopefully we will take on the baton like at the Olympics, and we will carry it forward. So
And Melissa, before I hand over, I just wanted to tell all our viewers, I know what a wonderful host Melissa is. I know she's always a cheerful person, and I know we're in very good hands with her and her team because they curated a wonderful
Absolutely.
agenda and program for us. It's really exciting.
Thank you, Naha. Yes, it's going to be hopefully we're very competitive as a nation, so we want it to be the best. So you will see, but yes, we can't wait to welcome you all.
Thank you so much, Noha. Thank you. Take care. Thank you so much. And now, Melissa, I'll hand it over to you. I know that you guys are a pro at this streaming, so I'll definitely just leave and give you the stage, and I'll be here if you need me.
Thank you, Alejandra. So I will add our team to the screen. So today, South Africa chapter is being represented by us four ladies. So I will introduce, Erica Reeves. She is also a lady that wears many hats. Women in Tech South Africa chapter director and also director of Networkers Technology, a recruitment agency that focuses on IT and engineering. Welcome. We've got Walani Mabaso. Walani, us three, we were the founders of the South Africa chapter about 6 years ago. And Walani, and one of her many hats, other than also doing her PhD at the moment, might I add, is being an executive at Absa Bank, which is just, I don't know how you find the time. And then also we have Carissa Varma. Carissa, thank you for joining us. Carissa is our guest speaker for today. So I just wanted to let you all introduce yourselves, and then I'll take you off the screen, Carissa, while we just do the introduction. But please go ahead and introduce yourselves and say hi. And are you excited to be here today? Go ahead. Walani, you go first. Go ahead.
Okay. I was like, who's going to go first? But anyway, good afternoon, Sanbonani. It's a brilliant, beautiful day in South Africa. Melissa, it's such a wonderful time to be here. As you've already said, my name is Warani. I'm a mom to two beautiful girls. But besides that, a crazy person to actually go on this journey with Women in Tech South Africa. Thank you, Melissa. Erica, over to you.
Thanks, Walani. So it's fantastic to catch up with all of you and lovely to see Walani and Mel because we live in different parts of South Africa, so we don't always get to see each other. Mel and I are based in Cape Town. Walani's in Johannesburg. Carissa obviously is in Cape Town too. So we see more of Carissa than what we do of Walani on a face-to-face basis sometimes. So we love catching up, but just really privileged to be here today to share some time with you and also just to update you. The Women in Tech South Africa chapter was founded by, as Mel said, by Melissa. It was her bright idea. I got roped into the process, and then we happened to find the wonderful Walani along the way, and the rest is history. And we, in fact, are actually celebrating 6 years this year. It's our 6th anniversary, and so I couldn't think of a better way to be celebrating this. When the chapter first launched, I'll tell you about that later. But
yeah,
that's
we just take pictures. We'll get back to that.
I get excited.
I will actually do a proper introduction for Carissa because we are really in the presence of, in my opinion, Women in Tech royalty. So not only is Carissa Varma the Microsoft Chief Security Advisor for Africa, she's also the president and founder of Women in Cybersecurity, known as WISIS for Southern Africa. she's multi-award winning leader. She's worked in all sorts of industries, from telecommunications to finance, and now she's with Microsoft. Carissa, you've got a very long bio, but I mean, you've previously been the Group Chief Information Security Officer at Vodacom and Old Mutual, just to give you kind of the high level summary. And we are so excited for your talk today. But say hi, and then we will share. Obviously, we'll get back to you in just a moment.
Thanks, Mel. Whenever these three ladies ask me to do anything, I'm the first person to drop what I'm doing and say yes. And then I kind of figure out how I'm going to fit it in the background. So if you hear kids, it is a Sunday. I am at home. But I'm so glad to be here to support this amazing group of women and everything that they've been achieving in South Africa and Africa and globally. And looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Carissa. So, ladies, today we do have Erica put together for us a lovely agenda, just to give you we are only here for half an hour, so we've got Portugal next. So today we're going to be we've done our introductions. Our agenda looks like this. So we'll be telling you a little bit about events happening, what we're doing in South Africa, highlighting specifically one of our most impactful programs for this year, and then Carissa will join us as our guest speaker. But what I would like to do, and I'll come back to this at the end, is share these important links, because this is where the magic is happening. I think throughout this world tour, we've already heard about the WIT Hub, which you have to join, because that's where everything is kind of, everything's in one place right there at your fingertips. We'll be talking about the Women in Tech Summit coming to Cape Town in April. We'll be talking about the Elevate Her program, and also how to connect us. So without further ado, let's start talking about how it all started. Erica alluded to us kind of finding each other. It was during literally the start of lockdown 2020. And we thought, let's start a non-for-profit. Why not? Well, it was my crazy idea, but I could not have done it without you guys. And it's been such a journey. So I just want to personally say thank you to you for being the phenomenal team that is just not being at all deterred by any challenges. Every time we come up with an idea, we just make it happen. So thank you for your energy, your support, and it's just been a phenomenal ride. But Erica, maybe you can talk to us about some of the programs that we've done. And Walani, you can talk about some of the things that where you thought we created the most impact, what has really mattered. And over to you, ladies.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mel. So we actually, as Mel was saying, we started the Women in Tech chapter, and we actually did the official launch of the South Africa chapter the last time we did a 24-hour world tour. So it's very fitting that we're doing another 24-hour world tour and getting to celebrate our 6th anniversary. So as Mel said, I mean, it has an absolute, so happy birthday to Women in Tech South Africa chapter, and to all of us. It's been a ride of note. And it's been absolutely phenomenal to see the growth from starting from zero to where we are today. And I mean, that really is just with the support of our sponsors, the likes of APSA, Microsoft, and a whole host of others, as well as our incredible volunteers and teams that works with us behind the scenes. So it's been absolutely brilliant. And I think really for each of us, we always say this is our passion project. We have jobs on the side as well. Those are the pay the bills. And then we have our passion project, which is Women in Tech. So we are delighted to obviously be here with you today to celebrate and have you join in our 6th birthday celebrations. And this year, I think we really sort of taken on the hashtag Give to Gain that International Women's Day has adopted. And I think that's a really great theme to kind of power us through this year. Not so much, sort of giving financially, but giving of yourself to other people in terms of the way that you can help or support, and obviously being able to get so much from that. And I think that's really been what our experience is. with the Women in Tech chapter, having been able to do this as volunteers, as a non-for-profit, and being able to reap the rewards and build the communities and have the connections. And I think the payback for that, you can't actually put a price on that. So I think that's really what powers us, and have that passion to actually connect with like-minded women and to see the growth and to see the impact that we're making both in South Africa and globally as the Women in Tech community. Melanie, over to you for some stuff, and then we'll talk about Elevate Her.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Erica. Mel, I just love that through this initiative, what was first a bold idea, a belief, a conviction that women belong at the center of the digital economy and not emergence, was really just such a phenomenal shift for me. I think it's quite fitting for me to talk about what is very close to my heart, because I'm a village girl. I grew up in the rural South Africa, up north in Limpopo. So when we started, I think in 2019, with what we needed to do, we knew that our context was unique. We faced deep inequality, high youth unemployment, and a digital divide, right? That is actually affecting mostly women in the rural community. So I think the question that we asked ourselves, which was very powerful, was really around how technology can truly work for South African youth as well as South African women. I think 6 years later, we really have answered that question. Over the 6 years, Erica alluded to some of these things, but I think we've managed to build such a vibrant national network of women across corporate, startup, academia, as well as government. And I think we've also created amazing mentorship, leadership development, and digital skills, looking at how we connected young girls to STEM pathways. It's amazing when we see, for example, our youth teams who have graduated through some of our programs, such as This Is Me. But I really want to share something that is so close to my heart, which is around the impact of rural communities, because we do know that transformation cannot only happen in Sandton or in Cape Town. It should also reach the villages in Limpopo, Eastern Cape Towns. It should also really be one of those where we can say, if you're a woman running a business without digital access, we see you. We want to make sure that the teachers who are there can be able to prepare for the learners, and also make sure that the digital world can actually bridge the gap. So I really have been so privileged, Erica and Melissa, that through this, we got to introduce so many wonderful projects and wonderful things for young girls, from robotics to coding. But we've also given digital skills which contribute to increasing employability in South Africa. And I think for me, it's really how, when a young girl in a rural community writes her first line of code, something shifts. It's really about when a woman learns about digital tools, how they grow their income, and something shifts. But I think also it's when representation becomes so visible and aspiration becomes possible. So the shift that we saw with Women in Tech South Africa multiplied thousands of times. And that, for me, is the real impact that we've done. So as one of the founding members of Women in Tech, I have seen how this collaboration has really formed across sectors, and women have stepped and doubled, and we've persevered. So to be quite honest, our work is not done. We still have much more to do. But Mel, we should be very proud of the impact that we have created as Women in Tech South Africa. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you so much, Balani. And just to highlight specific examples, because we can talk about impacts and digital inclusion, but if you talk about real stories, like real, we can talk about Philippi Village. It's a center in a township we've had now for over 4 years, giving access to kids in poorer communities for free internet use, where we have workshops on multiple things, from blockchain to AI to coding to robotics. And we've had people, say to us, listen, because of this center, I was able to apply to university. I was able to use a computer. And when I joined my first job, I didn't feel completely lost. And we've had people get certified via our Women in Tech programs as well. And of course, the computer donations, we do a computer donations campaign throughout the year, where we've had hundreds and hundreds of computers that were donated to Limpopo, to KZN, to various schools in South Africa, and we want to do more of that. So this is where we need partners, we need people to help us to reach those rural areas, to reach the poorer communities, and to bridge that gap of the digital divide in South Africa. So talking about AI and talking about breaching the digital gap, so what we also have recently done is partnered with one of the world's well-known organizations in tech, Microsoft. And Microsoft Elevate, which is a division within Microsoft, we created a beautiful program called Microsoft Elevate, to learn AI skills for free, and it is accredited. So I actually want to put in the banner, I will put the Elevate Her link so that the audience can also go and sign up. It's completely free. You get 3 badges and a certificate at the end. Anything else, Erica, that I've missed to mention about Elevate Her and all the countries that we're impacting? So maybe you can talk us through that.
Of course. So I think the Elevate Her program is really something that we feel, particularly this year. I mean, well, in the particularly in 2025, we've seen how AI has kind of come to the forefront, and it's just growing by leaps and bounds. And I think that is it. We want people, to be able to harness the skills to make them more marketable. And that's exactly what the Elevate Her program does. Is, there's gaps. There's going to be gaps in the skills that are required to be able to get jobs in the workplace. And that's what the Elevate Her program is designed to do. It's really self-paced, easy to do. It's broken into sort of 3 main sections where you talk about AI in general, business, and then also for your career. And I think because it's equitable access, that's what we're striving to achieve. And I think with the support of Microsoft Elevate and also with APSA as well, we've been able to do that. So participants gain practical on the job kind of ready AI skills. They can use tools like Microsoft Copilot, and they get Microsoft badges and certifications, which are obviously globally recognized. And I think that goes a long way to help people, whether you are an entrepreneur or a student or in business, to really harness those skills and actually make yourself more marketable and more productive and the best you can basically be. So I think it really does help the career progression. It removes those barriers that we are trying to break down. And also, we tend as women, in terms of the research that's being done, to not sort of jump on board as quickly as men do when it comes to things like AI. And that's exactly what we're encouraging. So we've started in South Africa. We've launched the program. We have now done another launch, which we're pushing into Africa. But this is something that's available to anyone and everyone. There's no barriers to this. But obviously, we want to focus on and encourage more women and girls to really use these skills, because it can only take you from strength to strength. So yeah, our program is centered on women. It's going to run until the end of December. So we've got a long haul ahead of us. So please make sure we've got great ambassadors, which are there to encourage you and give you some tips and steps on how you can actually use AI. Because I think for most of us, we only scratch the tip of the iceberg, and we've got to dig a little bit deeper to see how it can really support you and your efficiencies in both your work and home life. Thanks, Mel.
Thank you. And of course, the summit, as you alluded to and has been spoken about throughout the 24-hour World Tour, is coming to Cape Town. So it's the first time it's going to be on the African continent. We're bringing over 70 speakers. We've got over 65 chapters in over 90 countries in delegations, all coming and growing to Cape Town on the 28th, 29th and 30th of April. So if you want to be part of this community, you want to be part of the fun, get inspired, meet everyone from world leaders to CEOs to amazing, fantastic women and men, and get inspired, do workshops, etc. This really is the place to be. So I would like to also just take a moment to introduce our guest speaker, unless there's anything else that we've missed.
No, just one more event that we've got to actually tell you to sort of put into your because we don't want you to miss out on that. So we're going big on events this year because we privileged enough to obviously have two that are happening. One that's happening on our doorstep, and that's really obviously the Global Summit. But we are expanding our Africa Awards, which we do each and every year. And these awards and a conference, which we've combined with that, is actually going to be happening in Mauritius. So that is going to be happening on the 24th of September this year. So we wanted to get out, and anybody is obviously welcome to come. We'll be putting more information out on that, but we wanted to really share that with you because it is such an amazing celebration. And we are trying to do it in each of the African countries that form our region. So we've had it in Cape Town a couple of times. Last year we got to do Johannesburg, and this year we're hopping over the waters and going to Mauritius. So I think this one is going to be absolutely phenomenal. We have got an amazing conference lined up for you, and then superb awards, entertainment, and the actual gala dinner as well. So please diarize that event because we'll be sharing more information, and we'd love to have you join us.
Thank you so much, Erica. And I see they've also added for us on the screen a QR code, which you can scan to get a chance to win a ticket to come to the summit. So get scanning, enter that, and hopefully we can get you
into the summit in Cape Town. Mel's just breaking up there a little bit. I'll finish her sentences. We seem to do that with each other. And I think just also with our whole theme, it's looking at, with the AI side of things, skills, security, and strategy, and obviously women leading in the AI economy. So
just for this. Hi there.
Melissa,
sorry, I think my signal.
Yes.
Dropped. Can you hear me?
Okay, we've got you back. You can go.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so I was going to say we've got a. Can you hear me? I hope so. Sorry about that. But we do have a 10% discount code. You can hear me. Okay. So the discount code to get 10% off your summit ticket is World WIT 10. So World WIT 10. So that's a 10% discount code, but hopefully you got to scan to get a chance to win as well. So without further ado, I would like to introduce again Carissa Varma to the stage. And what we'll do then is we're going to allow for some Q&A at the end, because I've seen on the LinkedIn chats, there's a lot of communication, a lot of fun stuff happening. So I'd like to have the opportunity to also give some time to the audience to answer any questions. But welcome back, Carissa. Thank you for joining us. And Carissa, you obviously are a cyber but in the world of AI, it always, we kind of worry because with the rise of cybercrime, how's AI impacting cybersecurity? Because technology is not good or bad, but it's what you do with the technology that makes it good or bad. And now with AI, everything is just like accelerated and it's just going faster and it's just all this innovation. So I'd love to hear from you, your thoughts on that, and also anything you'd like to share with the community today. So over to you, Carissa.
Thank you, Melissa. So where I find myself today, I've spent about 21 years probably in cybersecurity in my career. And I've done almost every role there is to do in cybersecurity. But I find myself at the intersection of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity today. And every day I go into work and it feels like the world is new. So for those of you that are sitting there listening to me today and you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the volume of change that we see coming in, by the amount of adaptation in technology we're seeing coming in, just know that you're not alone. I mean, I've spent my entire career in cybersecurity and everything still feels new to me every day. It's easy to feel that imposter syndrome and think, oh goodness, like what's going on and how do I adapt and how do I learn? In all honesty, because things are changing so quickly, all of us, no matter how long we've spent in technology, have had to relearn a lot. And so we're in the same boat as you are. I thought I would share just 2 cents of the puzzle. The first thing is, how are attackers really using artificial intelligence to get smarter, to be able to scale attacks, to be able to compromise you and me a lot better than they were in the past? And what we're seeing is that AI is really enabling attacks. We're seeing AI automated phishing be 4.5 times more effective than human phishing. So if a human has to create a phishing attack versus an AI automated phishing attack, the AI automated phishing attack is 4.5 times more effective. And this means that, what we've seen in the past around being targeted and, the ruses that we've been seeing attackers use, these are going to become even more critical going forward, and we're going to face into a lot more than this. We're seeing a lot of misinformation being generated by AI, but equally we're seeing a lot of great tooling come about that helps defenders every day and helps you and me to lean into this and to become stronger and to defend against it. And I'll give you a few practical examples of this. So the first one is that, we've seen when you use an agent, humans, can only scale to a certain degree. We can only get through a certain number of tasks a day. And often with things that security teams face, like alerts and response to huge amounts of data, it becomes really complicated for a human to look through that. And so agents and artificial intelligence is really empowering security teams to understand what's happening in the environment. An example, a conditional access agent, which looks through what are the policies around identity, what are the things that we should be doing around usernames, passwords, multi-factor authentication. An agent that applies to that area is actually 200% more effective than a human because they are able to scale faster, look at more data, and analyze things a lot faster and give you responses. So I think that while we're seeing a world where there's huge technology change, it does feel like you need to relearn things on a daily basis. It's also a phenomenal time for women to be in technology. I was speaking to two CIOs the other day, both female CIOs, and they were saying that in their team, the people that are adopting AI the most are actually the females. And often females are like, I think it was Erika said, like females are typically lag. They're a bit more conscious on risk. They don't want to adopt technology. And so it's really great that we're seeing women come to the fore and starting to adopt this technology and understand how to safeguard it and how to use it optimally. And so it's a really phenomenally exciting time to be both in cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. And I think if anyone is looking for career growth, if anyone is looking for an opportunity to get into something that is new and exciting, this is definitely the avenue to get into. Well, I would love to take some questions. So if we've got some time, let's take some questions.
Okay, so anyone, let me just check the live stream here, because I mean it's such a fascinating topic. Everyone is scared of AI, or was scared, or is kind of trying to like learn how to prepare for the future of of work, future of their own personal lives, businesses. And so it really is, for me, it's quite such an important topic. And I think cybersecurity is kind of goes hand in hand with AI and the hype, because without protecting ourselves, our businesses, our families, it could actually, like you said, turn out to be quite detrimental, because everything is AI can learn so much faster. It gets obviously recognized patterns, and an increase on even our own personal social media around people's videos that looks so realistic, but it's fake, right? And it's using AI to get people to engage with you, click on things. How can we prepare my question to you would be, how do we prepare our kids in this world of AI to know what not to click on, what not to post, data privacy? How do we prepare our kids? I mean, it's so difficult.
Yeah, it is. I think there's a couple of easy rules. We're seeing a lot of people fall prey, children as well as the elderly, fall prey to attacks where it's not just phishing, it's not just an email. You're getting a phone call, you're getting, someone giving you malicious information on LinkedIn or on Facebook or on Instagram. And so we really need to prepare ourselves. And the rule that I tell my kids, I've got 2 kids, the rule that I tell my kids is you never trust data when it is delivered to you, you go to the source. So for example, if someone picks up a phone and phones you, you put the phone down and you rather phone the institution directly. If you're seeing something on social media, you don't necessarily take that at point value. You put that down and you go back to the reputable source on where that data resides. And that simple mechanic, just that one thing, can really disrupt some criminal syndicates, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to give you a piece of information that creates panic and gets you to act. And if you disrupt that, I will act on that information, you disrupt the ecosystem. And that simple rule can help a lot of children, a lot of the elderly, all of us actually.
All of us, because I've been involved in a situation exactly like that. And I think, Carissa, as you say, it's that when they make you panic about something, your organizations like your banks and those kind of things, they actually try and do the opposite. They do not try and make you panic. They try and keep you calm and collected, and obviously try and resolve whatever that issue is. And I think that, sort of fight or flight kind of reaction is exactly what, takes your brain out of its normal thinking patterns, and gets you to react to things that you wouldn't normally do.
Definitely.
Absolutely. We've got a couple of questions in the chat, and some of them are really around people wanting to get into cybersecurity and taking into consideration AI. What are how do you break into cybersecurity? What kind of studies should you maybe be engaging in to really try and get your career to move in that direction?
So cybersecurity is so broad, it touches on almost every aspect of a business. So what I often recommend to people is 3 steps. I will say, first, network with people that are in cybersecurity to understand the different types of roles and what they do on a daily basis. Ping them, ask them, what does your day job look like? So you actually understand the different parts into cybersecurity and what people have done and what they've learned. The second thing is, before you invest in skilling yourself, look at what's free first. And the Elevate program is a great one. The Elevate Her program is a great one, where Microsoft is partnering with Women in Tech to be able to bring AI skills up for free. So really look at what's free, taste a few things and see what you're passionate about. And then once you've found something, you can then look at investing in a fully fledged certification or extensive certification. But really, I think there's a lot of material and collateral and people that are willing to help if you just ask.
Fantastic. Absolutely. We've got one more question, which I think we've got a minute left we can hopefully answer. They wanted to ask, this is coming from Victoria, if you could share 3 tips how to protect yourself from hacker attacks. And she's saying greetings from Women in Tech in Sweden.
Greetings from Sweden. So we found that 99% of identity-based attacks can be disrupted with multi-factor authentication. So if you're using a username and a password, it's really easy to guess. A lot of our passwords have been compromised and are out on the internet already. So if you're using a multi-factor authentication, because something like a PIN or your biometrics, it disrupts 99% of those attacks. And then equally, I would say just having your spider sensors up and not trusting everything you hear and see, and really validating it via a separate channel. If you're getting a call, rather go to the website and go, chat to someone there. If you're getting an email, rather pick up the phone and phone, the organization directly. Really disrupt the flow of the attack, and so you can protect yourself.
Phenomenal. Carissa, thank you so much. I think we've got to wrap it up, Mel.
Yes, we are happy to hand over to the next chapter, which is Portugal. Thank you so much, Carissa, for your time on a Sunday. I know it's a big ask. Thank you, Alani, for your time as well. So hi to the girls. Thank you, Erika, for your time as well. I know you've also got your boys and your mum to look after. So everyone is just phenomenal for putting in the efforts, and I applaud you all. So Alejandra, over to you and to the Portugal chapter. Alejandra, sorry, I just on mute.
Sorry, I've been up since 5 a.m. Welcome, everyone from Team Portugal. Let me bring you all into the stage. And I was just saying how excited I am that I get to meet you all in Cape Town now. So here's our chapter director, Claudia, and I'm going to bring Lina and Teresa. So thank you so much for being here today. Claudia, I'll leave the stage so you can introduce them. And it's really been amazing to go from starting in Europe, then we went to Central Asia, then we went to the very south to Cape Town, and now we are back in Europe here in Portugal. So thank you so much. And I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
Hello, world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to our 24-hour tour. We just want to welcome you to this little half an hour with us from Portugal. And I want to tell you that we are pleased to be here with you because we were one of the first chapters and we did so much and we saw this community grow. So sometimes we were thinking, oh, another chapter. And we one thought 10 chapters, we're already big. Then we are more than 65 and growing. So it's sometimes I don't know even, I can't remember even the names of everyone that it's involved so far. It's true because when we are the first ones, then the people just came in, but we are actually be able to meet all of them in the Global Summit. So if you want to connect with this community, the Global Summit, it's the one that you meet everyone from the other countries and the people that are involved in this community, and you are able to see what we are doing all the while. And in Portugal, we are pleased to say that we created a Women in Tech Kids concept, that it's been launched also in Cape Verde, and it's actually one of our flags that we developed this to the kids to break the stereotypes and the biases that we have in professions from early stage. So we actually teach them, and with fun, not teach them hard skills, but with fun what technology is, what is aimed to be, and with the purpose of it. And it's really, really good to see that it's one of the flag and one of the programs that it's expanding for the other chapters. But today, one of the questions that we most have in Portugal is, how can we be in tech? But if I'm not in tech, how can I just jump in? What is actually a day of any kind of profession?